kicking myself. Let me see if I can just get it here, because he's going to be releasing it. And he's a big like XRP guy, a little bit of different style than what I'm doing. But let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, it's called, I'm going to give you guys the channel so you can check it out. I don't know when he's going to release the podcast that we did. He invited me to get on his show. He's in Florida. He's doing some great things. Let me just put it in the chat. There it is right there. His name is Mel. And his channel is XRPQFST, Quantum Financial S Team 1. His name's Mel Carmine. And his partner Amber. They do a great job. You know, they're doing their thing. Again, different style than what I'm doing. But nonetheless, some good stuff. He's a super nice guy. He's got a humanitarian lifestyle, humanitarian birthday, beautiful person, doing his job. I love it. I love seeing people standing up and living out their life as a superstar. I'm hoping all of you are doing the same thing. So just did that last night. So that'll be coming out probably next week. I let him just take the reins on that. Like I said, I got invited to do that. So he's going to be, they're going to do the editing or whatever on their side. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to support some big news, I got some big news coming out here. I got a lot of previews to show you tonight. I'm going to wait for the build-up of people to get on here, to get a nice little crowd, then do some drops a little bit, what we have coming out for decodes. But some announcements. Number one, you'll notice that I'm wearing my new shirt here. Here's my tagline. And it says, "Pretending to be human." Right there. And hang on one second. Hang on. And you'll notice I have a brand new background, I'm in a new city now. But I got the shirt and then I got the hat. Okay, these are embroidered hats. They're trucker hats, kind of. They call them trucker hats. So they're pretty much, universal, unisex. So if you're interested in supporting this research and wearing some really cool memes, some cool taglines, like I love this one, "Pretending to be human." I got the t-shirt, black and white. I think I got the colors as well. And then the hat, it's embroidered, man. So it's a really good quality hat. Pretty stoked that I grabbed just this one. So you just head over to cosmicsugar.store and you can buy some merch over there to support this channel. Wait a minute, why? We didn't hear the first few minutes or more? Huh? You missed the intro. Hold on. Wait a minute, what happened? I just came live. Wow, interesting. Let me see. So I have my chat over here. Okay, what did you guys miss? You missed the intro. Huh. Okay. Whoever, Pam, you've been here. Great big shout out to the moderators. Pam, I don't know if Steven's in here. Pamela, where did we start with this? Can you just leave a message in the chat since you've been here from the beginning? Missed the beginning. That's so interesting. I don't know what's going on with my channel, but okay. I started 3 minutes ago. Wow. Okay, must be YouTube. Ten, 12. Okay, you're on the East Coast, Bobby. What's up, Bobby? All right. We're talking about that channel. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, let's start over. Let's start over. So I'm going to put the prop back on. The glasses to tell you that you're in a movie, folks. Maybe that's not what the algorithms want you to hear. Here's my prop. The sunglasses means you're in a movie. I got the movie theater going on here with the background. Kind of cool, right? Like I try to give you guys the best entertainment for this this show, if you will, and taking all your questions, taking all of you with me. I didn't have the window front and center. Huh. So happy Saturn Day, folks. This is crazy. All right, whatever. Today's a Queen of Hearts Day, right? Today's a Queen of Hearts Day, so make your wish. This is a day, the Queen of Cups, which just happens to be NASA's founding date. July 29th is the Queen of Cups Day. So like see, if you take advantage of these cards and the energy they express through the days that they land on, you're going to have more benefits in your life. I'm telling you, this is how it works. So today's the Queen of Hearts Day. And the Queen of Hearts is all about the dream. What do you dream? I have a dream. What's your dream? Remember Pretty Woman at the end? This is Hollywood. What's your dream? That's what he's saying when he's walking across the street, right? So that's it, folks. Like, what is your dream? Imagination equals 33 in numerology. Uh-oh. 33. Whoops. Think about that. Imagination equals 33. Universe equals 33. I wonder if the Freemasons are in control of our imagination. Some people like to think that. Okay. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to get some... I'm wearing my shirt here, Pretending to be Human. See that right there? I don't like sleeves because it's hot here in Mexico. I've been wearing sleeveless shirts for 20 years. But anyway, so I cut my sleeves off. They don't come this way. And then I got the hat. If you want to support this channel, you go to cosmicsugar.store, not .com, .store, cosmicsugar.store. You can grab the hat. These are embroidered hats, so they're really high quality. I'm glad I got this. I just don't know one I bought for myself. And then I got some T-shirts to wear around. I'm going to give some away here in Mexico. So if you'd like to support the channel, that would be great. So a big announcement. I just want to let all you know, and I'm going to get to your questions. I am soon to be coming out with my Patreon. Decode Your Reality is going to be still alive and kicking on YouTube, but I will be offering a Patreon which will support Decode Your Reality. There will be 2 tiers, 2 offerings that you can take into consideration to support this channel. And there are things that you will get that you will not get on YouTube. I mean, I've been giving away all my material absolutely free for over 5 years. So I know some people are going to be like, oh, and they're going to get mad at that. I don't really care because, like, you know, I've been giving myself away for a long... I don't even need to make any excuses or defend it. I'm just telling all of you, it would be great to have some support, and then really you're going to get some dialed in for information. So I'm really going to cut back on the material I'll be putting out for the YouTube channel itself, for the basic YouTube channel, but then the Patreon will have a subscription base to it. Just like when you pay for a subscription for Netflix or Amazon Prime or Gaia TV, it's the same thing. And, you know, I'm getting more dialed in. There are going to be 2 tiers. Like I said, the top tier, I don't have the pricing yet. They're going to be affordable for mostly every single person. The top tier, you're going to be able to do lives with me in groups. And I'm going to be doing, just for that group, just tarot cards for the Astrological every single, probably bi-weekly. I'll be doing that. That's the goal anyway, along with some advanced decoding how-tos and also... you know, deep decodes. I'm probably not going to be releasing my long 1.5 hour decodes. Those will be saved for the Patreon, for the people that are subscribed to the Patreon, support the channel. I will come out with some occasionally here and there, but, you know, it's time to kind of advance and go into this layer of my being. I'm being called to do this. And then my goal, of course, as all of you know, is to go on tour, to go around the world, do live seminars, because I really feel like that's what's going to be most important. You know, and bring this course that I have coming out on the road, teach people how to decode themselves, because I'm really doing it for the children, really the kids. When you teach the parents, all of you great parents, when you teach the parents how to decode, and then you can decode your children, it's going to be a really massive change in the fabric of our reality, which I think is going to be really, really important. So, anyways, what else can I tell you? I'm a huge fan of this brand right here. If you haven't had this sauce, oh my God, it's so good. This is really hot. This is the hotter sauce. So if you don't like spice, you may want to go to the hot sauce. It's a black label. But this shit right here, folks, is the bomb. It's a truffle sauce. It is so good. I just had salad, garlic, celery, cucumber, jasmine rice, garbanzo beans, and then this all over the top of the rice and garbanzo beans. It was dynamite. It is that good. I don't have any, I'm not supporting this brand or like I'm not marketing, getting something from it. I just love this stuff. So I wanted to tell, if you're looking for something new to spice up your recipes, this stuff right here, folks, is amazing. You can pick it up at Whole Foods Market if you're in Cali, or you can get it on Amazon. It is quite expensive. It's like $14 a damn bottle, but it's good. So just wanted to tell all of you that. All right. So today being the Queen of Hearts Day, what's your dream? What's your dream? I'm going to wait for some people to get on here. Let me see how many we got so far. Okay. So let's wait till we get about 200 here if we can. And then I'm going to give the sneak peeks. I'm going to show a little bit more of the Barbie Decoded. How many of you watched the Barbie Decoded? That'd be cool to know. Thanks everybody for supporting that. How many of you watched the Barbie Decoded? How do you get a reading? Well, I'm going to be even cutting back on the readings. I'm going to be cherry picking because this course that I have coming out, I really want to have that take over. I really want people to decode themselves. I know that some people don't want to decode themselves, but I really want people to, because it really allows you to go the deepest layers of who you are and why you're here. Right? I will still continue to do readings. I just don't know for how long. I have been saying that, and I have been cutting back. Once I go on the road, I probably won't be doing readings that much at all. It's kind of a bittersweet thing because I really like doing readings. I love seeing people level up. I love seeing people graduate to a different layer of their being. It's pretty amazing to see that. To see, like, when I do readings for people, man, I am looking at superstars. And I'm like, man, do you realize what you have for code here, man? Whoo, those of you that have gotten readings from me, you know who you are. I hope you're being that superstar in your movie. Because, man, the people that I do, every one of you that I've done a reading for, man, you all have the potential to freaking crush life. But you got to own it. You got to say, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm born to do. And not let anything stand in your way at all. Okay, so again, I'm looking over here to my right. This is where my other monitor is. Oh, so if you want to do a reading, Beauty and Brains, you got to just email me, or actually, if you just go to my website, cosmicsugar.org, O-R-G, cosmicsugar.org, you can go right to the reading section of the website, and you can pick whichever one you want, and then you fill out the short form. It kicks back to me, and then I reach out to you. I like to book over the phone. It gets a little more personalized, and we can answer any questions, et cetera, et cetera. Or you can just send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com, if that's easier, decodeyourreality@gmail.com. Okay. So I get a lot of people asking me, like, what do I do for my reading? How do I do? Okay, so when I do readings for people, I include numerology. I include your life path and your cosmic code through the science of numbers. I include your birthday, your ego and your soul spirit together. They're separate, but sometimes they're in cahoots together. I include astrology, both Western tropical and Vedic sidereal, both of them side by side, even some Chinese sprinkled in there. I include the human design as well, the basic fundamentals of the human design. Sometimes if you know your personality type, if your Enneagram's in there, we can include those as well. And And then even your moon cycle, like you were born, do you know what your moon looked like when you were born? You may know what house it's in, but was it a full moon, a new moon, a waxing gibbous moon, a waning gibbous moon? What did your moon look like? That has a lot to say about your personality as well. And then we get into the dragon's head, the north and south node of the moons, Rahu and Ketu. These are very big layers to take into consideration as your cosmic code, because these are really tied to what you desire in life. Tied to Indra, right? If you know Vedic astrology. This is why, like, a lot of you, when you do when you get a reading, right? I'm a fan of all the systems. A lot of you will be a double sun sign, because you see, tropical astrology is forwards about 23 to 24 degrees. Vedic, to me, the way I explain astrology using these two great systems, Vedic sidereal astrology is going to be the root chakra. Tropical Western astrology is going to be the crown chakra. You're going to move from the root to the crown, 23 to 24 degrees forwards. Tropical uses the sun, basically, solar, right? So it's coming from the latitude up. And then longitudinally is sidereal. So latitude and longitude constitutes Vedic and Western astrology. And that's why you can't say one's better than the other. That's absurd. They both have their say. When I do readings with people, you'll see it's like, yeah, that's true. Yeah. You can see it. So a lot of you will have a double sun sign. A lot of you will have a double moon sign. A lot of you will have a double rising sign. So there are many factors to take into consideration to figure you out as a human being. You get a rising sign tarot card. It's pretty awesome when you really get into these deeper layers. Okay. What else did I want to tell all of you? I think that was about it. But besides the sneak peeks, I'm going to go over those here in just a little bit. So we got some life paths coming out. 4 life path, 11 life path. See, ladies and gentlemen, once you know numerology, you will know how to figure out what your life path means. Then, when you take the numerology and move it into astrology, you will know what the 12 houses of astrology mean. Once you figure out the numbers, you'll know the definitions of the houses. It's just that simple. So you knock 2 things out at one time. A really good book to get, a lot of people ask me, like, what's a good numerology book? Chiro's Book of Numbers is good, along with Numerology and the Divine Triangle. Those are 2 pretty solid books. But you don't even need a book. All you got to do is type in any number and type in numerology next to it, and you'll have a definition of what that number means. So it's quite magical. When you figure numerology out, you're going to know astrology. Okay? Life path 11, life path 5, life path 7. If you like the music in the background, this is a Blade Runner ambient music. That's what this is. It's an ethereal sci-fi kind of music. I like the rain, and it's kind of cool. So Zelo Watch says, what if your planets are in bad places? Well, my level of understanding is that just focus on the subject, meaning it's only bad if you say it's bad. Every placement of every celestial in every zodiac sign will contain good and bad. Every single one. There's no like getting away. There's no exceptions to that. Yes, sometimes you'll have a planet in its own domicile house, so it feels at home. Okay, good. It's like when you go on vacation for a month and then you just can't, you get home and you get to sleep in your own bed, take a shower in your own shower. And that's like, oh man, it feels so good to be home. That's what it's like for these celestials when they travel around the wheel, the sky, in those terms. But there is no bad or good. I'm not into this malefic, beneficial crap. I'm not into that, because it's going to be both on all the layers of astrology. Like debilitated. I don't get into, because it's just not just debilitated. It's going to have a yin yang throughout everything in astrology. And just so you know, ladies and gentlemen, to remind you, you are all 12 zodiac signs, all of them. Somebody says, what's your sign? You know what I tell them? I'm all 12. What? What do you mean? Well, dude, if I pull up your astrological chart, there's going to be 12 houses there, yes? Yes. Okay, so you're all 12 houses. You're all 12 zodiac signs. It doesn't matter if you don't have a celestial in there. It doesn't matter if you have a bare house. You still have the energy of the number and the zodiac sign that it's in. Every single one of you. You are all 12 signs. Okay? So it's cool to say, yeah, I'm a sun this, my moon's here. Those are typical things. But every single celestial has a job to do. They work as a unit, as a team. And that's why it's really important to know the numbers, numerology with astrology. Okay? My sun is in Virgo, Smurf Blue. So what I would ask you is, what system are you talking about? Are you talking, your sun's in Virgo where? Like, what was your birthday? And then have you looked at sidereal, or are we talking just tropical? Are we talking just sidereal? Which is it? Again, a lot of you will have a double sun sign. I can guarantee you, those of you that have double sun signs and you read the sun signs of both of them are going to ring true for you. You may side with one more than the other, but you will still have definitions in one of those sun signs. You'll be like, yeah, that's me. Like, I'm a Capricorn, Aquarius, Sun. That's what I am. I have definitely the definitions of both of those traits. I have a rising sign of Libra and Scorpio. Those are my two rising signs. Then you bring in the nakshatras, and those are very valuable. Zelo Watch says, I heard if you have Saturn in your 12th house, you'll be broke. Well, I definitely wouldn't undertake that opinion. That's absolutely absurd to believe that. That's my opinion. I wouldn't take that statement on at all. Full count, sports, World Series. I have not. I haven't even touched anything mainstream other than this Barbie Decoded. Like I said, I've been away for a few weeks, so I haven't even looked at. I would not even turn any of the mainstream on. The only thing I did was watch some shows and movies. That's it. Chief Willow is asking, would you say everything is predetermined? This whole entire reality has already been scripted. It's already been predetermined. Yes. See, I have gone back all the way that I can to when I was a child, the things that I can remember, and I started to break it down. I started to decode it. And what I found was, ever since I can find discoveries as far back as I can go, I've been living out a script. I've been living out a screenplay. It's been predestined. I didn't have a choice in the matter. Then when I started to decode a lot of these people, places, and things, especially bands, Led Zeppelin, the Beatles, The Who, Elvis, Michael Jackson, Prince, Pink Floyd, Living Color, I've decoded all these bands, and guess what? Every single band tells the same story. They did not have a choice. They came together because they were destined to come together. Now, that's in my opinion, but you see, I back that up with my decodes. What does the rising moon mean? People assume I'm a Gemini. Well, again, you're all 12 signs, Zila Watch. So it's really tough to answer a question on that unless I had your chart in front of me and I could take a look at it. Errant Protocol, could you have started going with your coding sooner? I don't know. I don't understand that question. Can you redo the question? I don't know what that means. Jason Lewis, if it's scripted and this has already happened, what's the point? Well, it's the same thing with a movie, right? When you write the screenplay, somebody has the screenplay or somebody writes a book, and then the producers decide to make it into a movie. What's the point? Why do you make a screenplay or a book into a movie? For entertainment. And what I have been saying and I have been supporting throughout these years of doing this decode, we are entertainment for the gods, the supernatural. We're being used as instruments. That's the point. You're not in control of this reality. You're just along for the ride. You just have to enjoy it. See, a lot of people will take what I'm saying here and they'll get angry at it. They'll get mad and bitter and pissed. And then they'll start to turn to the people that they feel are running this reality. And it's always the bad guys. It's never the good guys running the reality. It's always the bad guys, which is completely absurd. What's up, Drew, the CEO? I was born on Earth Day. Do the cusps mean anything? I don't use cusps. I use charts, like astrology charts and the numerology. That's what I use, right? It doesn't, because if you're on the cusp, so to speak, when you go into Vedic sidereal, you're going to be completely in a different house, perhaps. So we have to take a look at the charts. Okay. How can we favorably entertain the gods? By living out your script to the best that you can, by decoding yourself, by figuring out what you're being used for. Are you the star of your movie? You're in a movie, you're the star. Many of you don't act like stars, you act like extras because you're too busy giving your energy away. You're too busy focusing on what they're doing. Once you stop paying attention to what they're doing and pay attention to what you want to do, you then become favorable. Oh, Aaron says, could you have started working with the code to benefit you sooner in life? Yeah, but that's not the cards I got dealt. You know, coulda, shoulda, woulda. You ever heard that? I just go with where I'm at now. The only thing that matters is where I'm at right now. That's it. Yesterday's dead. Last month is gone and dead. I can't bring those things back in circumstances anymore. So the now moment is the only thing that matters. So I just focus on what my hand is right now, and the rest is history. You see, here's a tip I'm going to give you. Something to think about. Okay? I go on foundations. Like, my foundation is mankind's being used. Now, if you're not on that foundation, we're going to be miles apart in where we're going to go next. But even if you adopt the principle of, okay, I'm being used, I'm being watched, I'm being controlled, my mind's not my own, who cares? Just go do what you feel you want to do instinctively through your mind, your heart, and your soul, as they say. And the way you do that best, ladies and gentlemen, is by decoding yourself. That's how you're going to get the best experience in life. Seeing what you're good at, seeing what you're not good at. A lot of you try to focus on the things you're not good at because you feel like you need to do it all by yourself, and you don't sub those things out. You're not good at everything, folks. I'm not good at everything. There are things that I'm not good at. There are things that I'm ignorant in life about. Everybody's ignorant. So what you want to do is you want to focus on your strengths. I got this from Bob Proctor, like focus on your strengths. Manage your weaknesses. Works. It's been working for me for a long time. I mean, Jordan and I did a podcast, our last one, Let's Talk 12. And we were talking about, you know, him and I were kind of minimalists and we live a simple life. And then I'd seen some comments like, you know, not everybody can do what you guys can do. Some of us have, yeah, that's fine. Go do you. But the message that him and I were trying to portray was that if you resonate with being somebody who wants to minimize your life, if you're tired of having all these bolt-ons of your life, like, folks, the more you have, the more liabilities you have. Don't you get that? That's totally fine if you want to enjoy that kind of lifestyle. But the more things you have, the more things you need to worry about. That's just the way life is. The more you accumulate, the more liabilities that you accumulate. Yes, there are going to be assets to that. You know, when you buy a new car, let's say you have a shit box, it's got 300,000 miles on it, and you decide one day, because you got the money to finally go get the car, you're going to go buy a brand new car. You've never had a brand new car before. You've been driving this piece of crap around and I used to drive a shit box around, so I know what it feels. That's why I'm having fun with this. I'm kind of being a comedian here. So you go to the dealership, you get this new car, you drive it off the lot. You're in heaven. You got that pride of ownership. Smells good, brand new, everything works. There's no creaks, there's no squeaks. Is the car an asset or is it a liability? The answer is very simple. It's both. Why do we have a liability to a new car? Because what if somebody hits it? What if somebody dings the new paint job? What if somebody runs a shopping carriage into it in the parking lot? What if somebody hits your bumper and takes off? And you got to fit for the bill. You got to pay, my insurance will cover it, but then your insurance goes up. When you have a car that's a shit box, you don't care if someone smashes into it. You don't care if someone scrapes the paint. So you see how a shit box still is an asset. Because you focus on, this thing's got me where I need it to go. It's been, my diehard for so long. It's an asset, but it's a liability because, the brakes went out, the steering pump went out, et cetera, et cetera. That's life, folks. Life is a liability and an asset. Life is yin yang. Life is dark. Life is light. It is both always. You can't just have one thing. You can't just have a unicorn-based reality with the Skittle Bridge and clowns running around with balloons, handing out the balloons, people just playing and giggling and pushing each other in the bushes. That's not the reality where you're going to learn from, folks. Not in this 3D reality. This 3D reality has to thrive off of an energy exchange. It does that through death and regeneration. It does that through asset and liability. That's how this reality works. That's why it's so advantageous to focus on your code and figuring out what's going to allow you to have a DNA activation upgrade, allow you to graduate, if you will. All these terminologies. Study yourself instead of studying the things around you that you don't like. Yeah, people with nice cars move out of your way. That's right. That's a good point. Total nutter. I don't. Some of you guys have some funny avatars names. The meme is pretty funny. Like, in heaven, all the interesting people are missing. Think about that. Just think about, it was crazy. Yesterday, I brought home, I'm a fan of Trader Joe's. Anybody a fan of Trader Joe's? Okay. So while I was in Cali, I don't have that stuff here in Mexico, right? I went to Cali. I saw this major contrast. I hadn't been back to the U.S. in a while. And this major contrast, like all these things at your fingertips. I mean, it is the Garden of Eden, the United States. Compared to where I'm at, paradise. But you end up conforming to that, and then it's not paradise anymore. And then you're looking for paradise. That's why a lot of people from Mexico, they jump over the border and they want to go into the United States because there's a ton of opportunity there compared to here. The grass is greener. The grass is greener on the other side, but that's a big facade. But once you get to the land of the free and the home of the brave, and you get to paradise, and you have all these opportunities in front of you, and you now get into the hustle. Now you're keeping up with the Joneses. And then you do that for a couple of years, you will conform to it. And then it will not be so shiny anymore. It won't be as exciting anymore. The excitement has worn off. I just made that trip, man, and the contrast. Like, I can get to eat all these restaurants. Like, I eat so simple here. And it's a blessing that I do that for my digestion and where I'm at in my life. I went back to LA, man, and I was eating out a lot. Trying all these foods I normally don't eat. My digestion got backed up. I'm going to keep it real. Probably too much information, but I got backed up because I was really enjoying the extremities of life, like going out to eat and enjoying friend time and et cetera, et cetera. When I just come back here, I simplify my life. I go right back to my plant-based eating, and I'm back to normal. I'm back to regularity. Simple is what gets you regular. When you go complex, that's when it can get very nasty. Bobby says the food in Mexico is beautiful. I think it's terrible. I'm such a picky person, but compared to the U.S., the food here, horrible. That's my opinion. Too much pizza. I only had pizza a few times, to be honest with you. Will you please decode Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? Doesn't really appeal to me. Thanks for the suggestion, but it's not really something that I appeal to. Zelo says, you're inside a movie theater TV screen. Yeah, the main reason, one of the reasons why I have this format that you're watching me through is to tell you that you're in a movie, right? This is a fractal. Like, you're watching from your phone or computer, and then you go into the movies theater, and then you got to watch the screen. It's like a fractal into a fractal into a fractal. That's how this reality works, by the way. Christopher, I'm not a fan of tacos. I love tacos. But unfortunately here, and I was not saying unfortunately, from my experience, the quality of food here in Mexico is nothing compared to the quality in the U.S. Unless, of course, you go to like a 5-star Michelin restaurant or something, here in Mexico, but I haven't been to one of those. The main restaurants around here, they use low-quality ingredients. That's just the way it is. Fortunately for me, I have a pizza place in town, and they're guys from Italy, and they import all their own flour, and what a difference. What a difference. Trust me, a big difference. Chief Willow says, so do we not have free will? Paquito. Small. That's my opinion. A little bit of free will. And that's my final answer from doing 444 decodes now, just on this channel, not including all the years I did prior to that. Small. Free will, very little. Very, very little. But Mexico is the best. I love it here. It's paradise. I wake up. I live 2 blocks from the beach, but I set it up that way, right? I mean, that's just, well, I didn't set it up that way. If I showed y'all the code in my life, it's nuts. But anyways, I'm supposed to be here. Gnarly God says, do you think psychedelics will have some sort of factor into transhumanism? I'm not really sure what you mean on that question. If you guys want to talk about transhumanism, I'll definitely entertain that whole topic. So if I get some feedback from people. Miss Dell 233 says, I'm born October 17th, but Jordan said we have to go back twice with the month, so I'm 8/17/1975, right? Well, Miss Dell, my answer is Jordan is right, but then the calendar right now is right. So it doesn't matter if someone moved the calendar 2 months ahead. When you move the calendar 2 months ahead, the calendar got moved 2 months ahead because it was in the script to move it 2 months ahead. And then everything shifts into that calendar. Does that mean that the 2 months prior does not be taken into account? No, you read from both. Once the Gregorian calendar came out in the 1500s, everything, I think the Gregorian calendars it moved into the 12 months, October being the 10th month. So you can definitely move it back, and you could say, well, I want to go backwards because that's what they did in the olden times. But you got to take into consideration, folks, we're not living in the land of Egypt anymore. Just remember, you're living in the now moment. How can you live in the now moment when you wanted retro all the way back thousands of years ago? You're not living thousands of years ago anymore. You're living in the now moment. There are no accidents, mistakes, and all the things that are happening. Like I see a lot of people say, well, the calendar got you. The calendar is the calendar. That's it. Just go with it. If you want to observe the older calendar, by all means, you can do that. If it makes you happy. But because there are countless people using the calendar of today and they're placing their energy upon that calendar, and the way Magic 101 works, the calendar of today puts October as the 10th month. And that's it. It's as simple as that. Simplify your life, folks. But the answer is Jordan is right with the going back. You can go back 2 months. Yeah, of course, he's right. But right now, October is the 10th month. So that's right as well. They're both right. See how that just ends division? Oh yeah, they're both right. Yeah, just go look for the truth in both of them. That's all. Thank you, Samantha. Simply Samantha. Send all you guys and gals tons of love back wherever you're at in the world. It's good to be back, man. I love doing these lives. Lizzie, can you decode AC/DC? Well, you're in luck. I already did it. I already decoded AC/DC. I didn't decode the band. I think it was Back in Black. Go look at, if you go to my search feature on my Decode Your Reality channel and type in Back in Black, you're going to see AC/DC there. So. You know, lady, I'm gonna show you some previews, but I want to share something with you that is very profound. It was very profound for me. I have been rewatching the amazing show called Ozark. I think it's one of the best shows ever to come out. I like that kind of stuff because I'm Scorpio rising in the tropical. If you're a Scorpio, if you have Scorpio energy, like a dominant Scorpio energy in your chart, you're probably going to lean towards serial killers and what makes psychological killers. You're probably going to lean towards crime and drama. You like that kind of stuff. You like solving the stuff. That's what the Scorpio energy is all about. Ozark is that show. I'm rewatching it again. I'm almost finished. And I was on episode 10, season 4. I watched it again last night, and I kept playing it over and over. And it just hit me like a ton of bricks, as they say. So I want to share it with all of you. So Jason Bateman is in Mexico, if you've seen the show. He's in Mexico at the cartel's house. And it's at the end of the night, and he's sitting on the steps. And out walks the priest, the cartel's priest. They have their own priest. He comes out and he says, "Hey, can I join you?" "Yeah, sure, go ahead." And he pulls out a cigarette. You know, he's like smoking a cigarette. And Jason Bateman turns to him and says something like, "How can you serve God and work for the cartel?" And the guy simply answered, he's like, "I go where the work is needed." And they go through a bunch of banter, but the message was so profound. The message, ladies and gentlemen, was unconditional love. Meaning that God doesn't judge the love that he gives to the world. It is in everything, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So you have a cartel, and we instantly and automatically as a species, we look at someone like that, oh, they're bad people. They're bad people. They're killers. Okay, yes, those things may be true. But they go to confession. They want to be, they want to get things off their chest. And you got to look at it in this context, ladies and gentlemen, okay? God is in everything, not just the good stuff. See, we've been told like that's the bad stuff's the devil and the good stuff is God. That's not what the Bible says. Those of you that are fans of theology, that's not what the Upanishads say. That's not what they say, folks. All you got to do is go study nature. And you'll see a very ugly world. Do you think the devil created that world? In the context of that, like the devil, the pitchfork man, created the ladybug. Do you think the devil created the ladybug? Because the ladybug, the cute little ladybug with the little red shell with the black polka dots, that's a stone cold killer. But it has a job to do. It eats aphids. So the rose bush is like, yeah, ladybugs, come on in. These freaking aphids are chewing on my leaves, man. So ladybugs come in and they start chewing on the aphids, and they don't just chew on them, like they don't kill them and then take care of them. They eat them alive. Imagine being an aphid. Talked about this. Folks, unconditional love, ladies and gentlemen. And the foundation that I have adopted as my truth through all the videos that I've been doing is that everything serves a purpose. And not everybody incarnates into this reality to play the good guy. If you can wrap your mind around that and kind of maybe entertain what I'm saying here, it's about unconditional love. So when I watched that show, Ozark, and I watched that. It was that out of the whole entire show. And there are great pieces of it. That was the most profound for me. I finally light bulbs went off. Everybody serves a purpose in this reality. I know it's tough to for some of you to kind of wrap your mind around, but go study nature. Go study the horrific things in nature that happen. And then you would just postulate the question, do you think the devil, if you believe in that, created the grizzly bear, created the polar bear, created the ladybug, all these predators? Did the devil make those things? No. God made them. So when you see a straight up stone cold killer predator in nature doing its job, you start to see how this reality works. And then that's what makes you become someone who lives a life of neutrality, because then you can look at the people that say, oh, it's their fault. The people that are like, it's the Masons, it's the Jesuits, folks, they're doing their job, man. That's it. You don't have to like it. I don't like some of the things that good people are doing. But I've taken a step back and I'm like, I see you're just doing your job. But I'm not even interested in what you're doing anymore. I'm too busy creating my life. I'm too busy having fun with my life. And I hope that all of you are doing the same thing. But everything in this reality, folks, it's as simple as that. It's playing its role, and it's death and regeneration. You can't have life without death. If you want to see like the big bombs, go watch my Prometheus Decoded. I mean, if you want to say there's a devil that's running this earth, great. Well, it has a contract with the as above. If you want to break it down into twos, I mean, go John Wick 4. Did you see, everybody see John Wick 4? What the message they're trying to portray there? Let me give you some truth bombs. Let me do you a little short decode on John Wick 4, which was the best one. I mean, a lot of killing in it, but it's not real. Is it real? Well, they're really acting it out. It's entertainment for your eyes, folks. Just like this reality here is entertainment for whatever's watching us. It ain't real. You gotta try to wrap your mind around that. That's why all this shit is allowed. We're in a freaking loony bin. John Wick 4, big shout out to Jeremiah Gabbard. And I had caught this. If you've seen the movie, he has to get to the church for the show off at 6 a.m. Sunrise. I'm going to get to that in a second. He has to climb 222 stairs to get to the top, to get to the church on time. What is the significance? Why the 222? Well, then you bring alchemy into it and you look to the periodic table, and then you can totally tie it into theology. 222 is one of the atomic masses of the 86th element called radon. Ra-dawn. Ra is the sun. Ra-dawn. Radon. 222. Then when he gets to the top of the stairs, he has to do this face-off. And the sun is just coming up. The sun of the morning is just coming up. Lucifer. The first light is coming up for this face-off. After he climbs the 222 stairs, which ties to radon. What's another name for morning? The dawn. Ra-dawn. That's why Lucifer is known as the son of the morning. And the face-off had everything to do with what I'm telling you. Just got to know how to see it. Looking at your comments. What purpose do fleas have? What purpose do ticks have? What purpose do mosquitoes have? What purpose does, flies have? They all play a point. Go study the mosquito. It's food for bats and birds. But of course, the liability of the mosquito is it can carry diseases. If you don't think this is a movie, those of you that have children, if you have a kid and your kid gets hurt and calls you on the phone and says, Mom, Dad, I got hurt. I broke my leg. I'm in the hospital. What would you do? You would rush right over to help your kid. Well, as a parent, that's what you're doing. Well, what about our Father? Like people say God is the Father. Well, do you see it rushing to your aid? Look at how the world is, folks. All the nastiness going on. Why is it allowed? Why do imperfect human beings, why are we programmed to rush to the aid of our children at the drop of a hat, but the God the Father doesn't rush to your aid at the drop of a hat? Why is that? Don't you ever question these things in our reality? Because this reality is not what you think it is. Am I still working with the Syncretism Society? The Syncretism Society has been put on hold, as far as I can tell you right now. I did see Danny not too long ago, but right now it's on hold. That's all I can tell you. So no, I'm not working with them. So Edna Bell gets the question of the night so far. She's asking, do you think there is more than one Dome of the Rock? So amazing you asked that question, because I had put a slide together, and I guess it's time, appropriate time, to show all of you this slide. Do I think there's more than one? Maybe. But let me show you what I had come up with. Let me show you this, folks. Let me just get my display capture. There we go. All right, here it is, right here. So, let me get my cursor. Hold on, folks. Okay, so right here, I just put this together too. So Edna, you get the question of the night so far. Here's the overhead view of the Dome of the Rock. What do you see there? It's a freaking octagon. That's what it is. It's an 8-sided. Why the 8-sided? Well, how about this? I got a decode coming out on CERN. They're having sex with the quantum. What do you think this is doing? Same thing, just different fractals. 8-sided polygonal shape here, folks. Why 8-sided? I mean, Jesus is 18. So many layers to this. Demiurge is 30. The octopus could tie it to Yaldabaoth. Okay? You think this is an accident? They made it purposely for an 8. 19 is the 8th prime number. 19 is tied to the sun. Okay? This is not an accident, folks. This is all purposely done. And that's why when people say, oh, CERN is wicked and this, folks, you don't even know the first thing of what they're doing over there. I know some of you think you know what's going on, but you don't really have, unless you're in Switzerland working at CERN, you really don't have the skinny on what's going on there. You just don't. I just don't have that information. I know that that may piss you off and you're like, oh, Logan's an idiot. That's totally fine. But you're not working there. You don't have the firsthand knowledge. You don't know what's going on there. So we just might as well chalk it up as like, we don't know what's really going on. But these are obvious here. Obvious. Okay? So I just created this slide just because. Tonight I was studying Israel. I was studying Jerusalem. I was studying the etymology of it. And when I saw the Dome of the Rock, I'm like, oh, I see the squares there. How many sides does it have? And when I did the overhead view, bam, there it was. There it was, right there, the octagon. I mean, the UFC, the Ultimate Fighting Championship. What do they fight in? The octagon. So, again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not working at CERN, you don't have the skinny on there. Sorry to tell you, you don't. They're not going to tell the general public what's going on at CERN. They're just not. You don't have the first-hand knowledge of CERN. You just don't. We don't know the first-hand knowledge. Okay? That's my final answer. Maybe you don't agree, but anyways. All right, so let's go into some of these. Actually, let me go into some of these previews here. Let me show you what I got coming out. I got this decode coming out. Those of you that were able to join me in Sherman Oaks just last Sunday, I did a live for the small group that came out. And I'm going to be coming out with this one here, the 0 through 9. And where this fits into the script, right, which is right here. And this is the only one I'm going to show you. So where do the numbers 0 through 9 fit into the string of the golden ratio? Well, here they are. Here are all, not the 10 digits, actually, if you count the 0, that fit into the string of the golden ratio. And I'm going to break this down like you've never seen broken down before. This is advanced decoding, but I'm going to simplify it to show you what this means. So I got this decode coming out very soon, okay? And I'm going to show you we're going to use some language in here, Persian, Arabic, etc., etc. So we got that one. Then I have, obviously, this is a really big humdinger. This one's coming out. I've been working on this one, chipping away at it. What's going on over here? If those of you that supported Let's Talk About Underground Aliens, me and Jason Brashears, that was a fun podcast. This Area 51 it's really fun. It's the mirror of the 15. So I got this one coming out as well. These are all going to be Patreon, folks. Not all of them, but some of them will be Patreon. I got Nikolai Tesla coming out. I've already decoded Nikolai Tesla. But let me just show you. This is a perfect example of someone that was completely scripted to play out their part. Okay? Nikolai Tesla being born on the 10th of July. Here's the 10th of July card. The Ace of Diamonds. And it just so happens to be the 27th card in the deck, and we bring in Numerology to bridge it up. I mean, really? Do you think Nikolai chose his birthday? Do you think they fudged it? A lot of people say they're fudging the dates, and they would have to do it for all the hundreds of videos I've been doing. Look at he died at the age of 86. That's radon. This is tied to currency, folks, right here. You can't get any easier to see this. It's so ridiculous. Scripted reality, Nikolai Tesla. I got this one coming out. Then I got this big one coming out. To be honest with you, folks, this one's not going to be as glamorous as I thought it was going to be. I was decoding it one night, and I thought it was going to be amazing, and I just shelved it because it's kind of boring. Dimethyltryptamine. Those of you that are fans, and this one got like the most likes on anything. A lot of people really want to. I can tell what people are doing. They're using psilocybin and DMT and ayahuasca and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so I got that one coming out, and then I have this other big one right here. This one's really going to piss some people off. You are God. Okay. So I got this one coming out right here. I'm not going to give any of this the stuff away with this one, but this is a pretty big doozy here. Pretty big doozy. And then we have Fukushima and the meltdown in Japan. And I'm going to show you the astrological map for this, mainly. And, obviously this event happened from a tidal wave that set it off, which was caused by an earthquake. So, when Jason Brashears and I were talking, he was saying, Was it Jason Bashir's? Maybe it wasn't him. Somebody else was saying they have a machine. They have places around the world they can create earthquakes. That's totally fine. I believe that's the case. But then you can't, how would you separate a real natural earthquake from a man-made one if they're able to do that? But anyway, this is a pretty big humdinger right here. Then I have this right here that I'm putting together on guns. I was on the plane coming back from Los Angeles to Mexico, and I was watching a little documentary on the state of Connecticut, which is where I was born. And Samuel Colt was the guy who was from Connecticut, and he created the guns and was very successful at it. And his name is Samuel Colt. And if you know what the word Samuel ties to and what the gun's all about, you'll have more keys to the kingdom. So I got this one coming out as well. This one is going to really be an amazing decode, obviously highlighting Metallica. And I'll just tell all of you here, so if you don't want to wait, what does this song mean? The album came out in 1991. Well, if you go research the lyrics, if you go listen to this song, if you're interested in, like, you like that song and you really haven't looked at the lyrics, go study the lyrics. I know what James Hetfield was writing about and talking about. I'm your cover, your shelter. I'm your mask. Sad but true. I'm you. You're being used, folks. That's what this whole song was about. And this is not just one hit. This is so many other bands talking about it over and over and over and over. Little voice in your head, those ideas, they own you. Not the other way around. So I got that one coming out. And then, this one's going to be a Patreon for sure. I have so much material. I have like 60 plus slides for this one. This one's going to be probably an hour and a half long. This one is, I'm going to show you the big breakdown on this. Okay, the big breakdown on this one, and I do have one slide I'm going to show all of you for this right here. Are these characters one and the same, or are they in a partnership? One's the light of the world, one's the light bringer. Okay? These are names that, this is the name in English. This is the name in English, which is actually Latin. But you can go all the way back to Hebrew. I feel that Jesus came on the scene in the New Testament, and it would be Jesus, which is Greek. But nonetheless, a lot of people say, no, it's Yeshua, so I use that. And here it is. Here's the one slide I'm going to show you, okay, to give you a little sneak peek on this. So if you go all the way back to Hebrew, people say, oh, it's Yeshua. Great. So let's use Yeshua. Okay? Which means salvation. The yes man. Check out my yes man decoder with Jim Carrey playing Jesus Christ. Said yes to everything. Yeshua man. Yes man. Amazing movie. One of my favorite comedies of all time. But you'll see in the original spelling of it, it's the number 8. And then if you go to Lucifer in Isaiah 14 verses 12, the only scripture that talks about it, this is hell or Halel, it becomes the number 3. And what you're seeing here, folks, is you're seeing an 8 and a broken 8. That's what the number 3 is. The number 8 and the number 3 coexist together. The 3 is a broken 8. When you bring it into alchemy, Jesus becomes oxygen, the air that you breathe. And Lucifer becomes lithium. And what do they use lithium for? People that have brain disorders. Bipolarism. Bipolarism. Being bipolar. Everybody here in this chat, everybody listening to this, all have traits of being bipolar. Every single one of you, except for you. Just you. You're the only one doesn't have any traits of that. I know some of you you have to be the ones to say, not me, not me. Okay, cool. Not you. That's totally cool. But you just got to look at this stuff, the oxygen and lithium. And right here, folks, are the protons, electrons, and neutrons that these elements have. Oxygen has 888. Lithium has 343. When you reduce it down, you get the 24, you get the 10. And when you add it up, you get 34. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, bam, you get the tree of life. Okay, you get the double helix. You get the good cup, you get the bad cup. Okay, this is tied to the fish, the ichthys. This is tied to your two eyes right here. I mean, this is the number 8 right here. And you have the number 3 right here, a broken 8. Okay, 7 is going to be tied to the 7 chakras. So this is going to be a really big humdinger, like a big one. And I started this one by decoding The Sound of Freedom, that movie. Okay, that movie, and then how Jim Servaziel was playing the Christ in The Passion of the Christ, Mel Gibson. I'm going to show you how crazy scripted these people are. They're all being used, every single one of them. All of them. Okay, so this is going to be a really big humdinger right here. I can't wait to show you this right here. And that's it. And then the last one I want to show you is an extension of the Barbie Decoded, which this is something I missed. Something I missed here. So I want to show you a couple slides. Number one, here it is right here. So, you know, this is so fascinating, right? Because carbon has only 2 stable isotopes, just carbon-12 and carbon-13. And it just so happens that Ken and Barbie are a match to those 2 stable isotopes. Coincidence? If you go study the story of Barbie, Barbie is from her daughter Barbara, and Ken is from their son Kenneth. But yet here we are, and carbon is the 666, the devil, the beast, which is all of us. And if you want to bring the tarot into this for good measure, there it is. And there's Ken and Barbie right on the card. Carbon is 6 protons. The 6th card in the tarot is the lover's card. There's Barbie. There's Ken. You see? Scripted reality, folks, with freaking dolls. Okay? And the bigger takeaway, the big takeaway, folks. Let me just show you this. Where it is. That's it. See, I was studying the Dome of the Rock octagon. Where is? Let me show you the big bomb here. This is how crazy this is. If you come down here and you read about the history, this lady right here, Ruth, who was the president of the Mattel toy company, okay, she went on to Europe. She went to Europe on a trip in 1956, lights, camera, action, ridiculous, with her children, Barbara and Kenneth. And she came across a German doll. And you could decode that, right? So this is the Bill the Lily doll that is where Barbie originated from. So when she came back to the US, she had to redesign the doll. And who did she hire to redesign the doll? This guy right here named Jack Ryan. Here he is. His name was John W. Ryan. What do you see there, folks? How about the word Ryan? Who did they cast to play Ken? How about Ryan Gosling? Now, to make it even crazy, Ryan Gosling, look at what his birthday is, folks. November 12th. What was John's birthday? That created the dolls? November 12th. Both, one having Ryan as the last name, one having Ryan as the first name. And of course, the Ken, he's got Jesus' twin brother there, Thomas, as his middle name. And this whole entire story, let me just pop on camera here and we'll finish with this here. The whole entire story of Barbie and Ken, and since Ruth has a Polish Jewish background, it's tied to the Torah. The Torah is based on mankind being created and Adam being created first. So this guy, Jack Ryan, comes in to help Ruth to create the dolls, and it's Ken in the context, Adam then having Barbie, which is Eve. That's what this whole entire story is all about. It's all tied to Judeo-Christianity. That whole movie of Barbie. Now you know. That's just the way it is. Okay? Nuts, right? Crazy. Now, you can definitely say, well, did they cast Ryan Gosling because of that guy, Jack Ryan, and him having the same birthday? Maybe. But I showed Rhea Perlman, who they used to play Ruth, and how connected she was to Ruth. I mean, all of these people, how do you get everybody involved in this conspiracy? I just don't buy into it. I just don't buy into it. So, coincidences? No. Talking about a scripted reality. I mean, scripted reality is 47, Tetragrammaton is 47. Tetragrammaton is the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh. Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh is tied to Judaism and Christianity and the Christ and Lucifer and Yaldabaoth and Allah and Ahura Mazda. I mean, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Where do we go with all this stuff? It's a big Ponzi scheme. That's not a bad thing. That's just the way our reality works. Whatever's running this reality owns everything. All of it. That's why there's no one path. Like, oh, I got to figure it out. For you. You got to figure it out for you. Why do I have to follow your path? Because you get to be right. For you. That's why, folks, when you study your code and you break down yourself and you decode yourself, your path's not going to look like my path. Why? If everybody's path looked the same, life would suck. It would be boring. You're in a damn movie, folks. The whole Barbie thing, that's what it talked about, the whole movie. I'm going to go watch the movie. I'm going to go probably see it this week because it was all about being in a movie. You're inside of a movie. That's it. See, the foundation of that, I can't speak to people if they don't have that as their foundation because we're going to be way off on our truths. It's the way it is for me. I mean, it's a lonely world when you can see it. In a way, it's a lonely world. I mean, Barbie, Toy Story. I mean, come on, folks. Pinocchio. It's just a big joke, man. That's why I got this tattoo. I got this tattoo, which became my logo, because it reminded me that life's a joke. Don't take it so real. Don't take it so personal. I mean, if you have a decent code, like you got a job and you got this and responsibilities, you should be grateful that you got that code. Not everybody got it. Who is watching our show? Who knows? Who knows? That's why I have this shirt, pretending to be human. So I got the hat, man. You want to support the channel? Go to if you want to, this is an embroidered hat right there. This is what it's like right here. This is what we're pretending to be. Pretending to be humans, man. So I got the shirt, the hat. Oh man, life's so amazing when you could just know you're in a damn movie. And just remember, man, when you're doing the yada, 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 you know, like you're being watched. I'm telling you, folks, go watch Ozark season 4, episode 10. Go watch that scene of the pastor on the stairs with Marty Bird. Go watch that 2-minute interaction between them two. Profound. Unconditional love equals 73 in numerology. You know what 73 is? You're on television. You're on television equals 73. Unconditional love equals 73. What is unconditional love? Not judging it. People love to judge. That's bad. Now it's not unconditional. See, once you realize that the bad is necessary for the good, then you don't have any conditions on this reality. And that's it. Doesn't give you the, like, it doesn't say, okay, well, I'm just going to throw my hands up and I'm just going to go be an asshole. I'm just not going to care anymore. Now you're being immature if you're acting that way. Have I decoded the word human? Yes, I have. What is human tied to? Well, if you use what does it mean to be a human? What's another word for hue? Or what is another meaning for hue? Like human, I used to decode breaking up words into syllables. That's how they roll off your tongue. I'm a human. So it's hue and man. That's the syllable connecting point. Hue is spelled H-U-E, which is a 16 in numerology. And then man is a 10. So you have 16 and 10, which is 26. And 26 on the periodic table is tied to the element iron. What do you have in your blood that is an essential element in your blood? Iron. Iron, essential. Adam and Eve equals 26 in numerology. Yod He Vav He in Hebrew equals 26. Source equals 26. Human is 16 and a 10. 16 reduces down to the 7, 10 reduces down to the 1. What do you get? 71. 71 on the periodic table, tied to the element lutetium, which is Lucifer. So now you have light slowed down into physical matter, and voila, you have you as a human being. And then you can place all the stories of the fallen angels in there, and where you came from, if you want to bring that into it. Where do you want to go from there? It'll be up to you or where you want to go with that. If you want to know more about that, I covered that in my Final Boss Decoded. Check out my Final Boss Decoded. Here, let me just show. Those of you that don't know how to do this, if you go to my channel, if you just go right here to the hourglass, and you click that, you can search for any video with the keywords. So if you type in Final Boss, there it is. I covered the human. It's right here. I got it right. Look at it. I got it right here on that screen. Hue is 16-7. Man is 10-1. 71. 71 is the 20th prime number. 20 is duality. The word duality equals 20. The word birthday equals 20. The word Mason equals 20. The word Jesuit equals 20. What's 71 plus 20? 91. And then here is the guy they casted to play Lucifer on Netflix, Thomas John Ellis Hooper. Got to add his mother's maiden name in there, 91. 71 plus 20 is 91. Human slowed down into physical matter. Okay? It's all scripted, folks. All of this is a scripted reality, man. They're all doing their job. Thomas John Ellison, his name is Thomas, is the brother of Jesus. Come on. Really? He was born in Wales, which has a dragon on the damn flag. Cardiff. Look at this. He was born in Cardiff. Look at the flag. I mean, are you kidding me? Thomas John Ellis was born in Cardiff. And there's the flag. Yeah, okay. The great dragon got hurled down. Sure. And it uses Thomas John. See, Thomas John Ellis he didn't have a choice. When people don't have choices, what do you say about that? Unconditional love, folks. He's playing out his damn role. Playing out his role, folks. That guy was born in Cardiff. And to make it even more, when you do the latitude, longitude. Cardiff. 51 and 3 is 54. 54 is Xenon. Right here. You go to Xenon. There it is. Stranger. Who's the stranger in your head? Xenon. Light slowed down into physical matter. Okay? This guy right here didn't have a choice. Just like I have shown all these other decodes, 400 plus videos of people, places, and things. People don't have choices. You either play a good guy, you play a bad guy, you play a guy in between, a girl in between, you play Barbie, you play Ken, whatever. Scripted reality, folks. That's what you're looking at. This is the big truth reveal, in my opinion. And I'm just one of probably many people that are showing this stuff. Like, this is it, man. All about unconditional love, man. If you can wrap your mind around that, like unconditional love is where it's at. That's it. Unconditional love is where that's what this whole reality is based on. If you can wrap your mind around that, because again, imagine you're an insect and you go down, you shrink yourself down and you have to start facing spiders and ladybugs and stone cold killer predators. And you become the prey, you would definitely think twice about how this reality works. You'd be like, it's not fair. You see, I had come out with a post regarding the scripture in Job, in the Old Testament, in Job, it's Job 41 verses at 11, and it says in that scripture, everything under heaven is mine. That's God speaking. Okay, so now we know everything here on earth belongs to God, the G-O-D. Okay, great. So then I had postulated the context of inside your house right now, right? Do you run a tight ship? Like, do you just let anybody off the streets come into your house? Do you just invite people in? If you knew someone was a killer, would you invite him in your house for dinner and let him hang out with your kids? Do you let your house go crazy? No. You probably run a tight ship, right? You probably keep your family and your household running a certain way, right? Why do you clean every week? Why do you do your Cinderella duties? You know, male or female, why do you wipe down the stove? Why do you wipe down the shower? Why do you wash your car? You keep it clean. You get rid of the dirt and bacteria and all this kind of stuff. Okay? That's what you're doing. So you wouldn't invite all these predators into your reality. You're keeping your house clean. Well, that's not what's going on with whatever owns this reality. It's letting everything run crazy and wild, and it's a nut job showdown here. Everything under heaven is mine. Okay, so you own it all. Why are you letting your house get really dirty and nasty and letting crazy people run around and do all this gnarly stuff? Why you allow that stuff to happen? See, there's more to the story than what you're being told, what you're observing, or what you're adopting as your truth. If you're somebody who follows theology. People don't use critical thinking, man. They just don't. So Ride or Die is asking about the Three of Clubs is my positive karma. There is no, I don't look at positive or negative karma. You either have one giving and one receiving. And I don't even look at it that way. Most of you have two cards that are attached to you coming in or going out. So if you just get rid of the bolt-on of the adjectives, just focus on the card. Three of Clubs, King of Diamonds, right? If you're a King of Diamonds, you're going to be Three of Clubs. You're going to have that tied to you. If you observe it as a negativity, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, not everything in your life is unicorns. There's not clowns freaking handing out balloons in front of your house. Okay? This reality is good and bad. So the cards that you are dealt, the hand that you're dealt, is the hand that you're dealt. You just got to know what the cards mean. So what you should be doing is studying the cards, memorizing what they mean. And then the best thing to do, which is what I do all the time, is ask people what their birthdays are. What's your birthday? And a lot of you ladies, it's so funny, man, the ladies. Don't ask them for their birth year. Oh, it's like if they had a shotgun, they'd blow your head off. You ask a lady for what year they were born in. Where's my gun? I'm going to blow Logan's head off. That's just a joke, but it's true. So why are you ladies so afraid of your freaking birth years? What does it matter? I get it. I get it. So for the ladies, I always just say, what's your month and day? That's it. And when you get their birthday, you should have the boilerplate chart, which I've handed out to thousands of people. And you look up their card. And then when you have the charts, you can look up their spirit card and their ego card, their karma cards if they have them, and you can start to see exactly what kind of person you're dealing with. Then you look at their birthday, their life path. Now you have more layers to the cake. This is where we're going with dating, by the way. We're going in an area of dating where people are going to be able to just open up their phones and they're going to be able to plug in the parameters, and they're going to, this is where Tinder's probably going to go. This is probably where, all those, whatever that Bumbleina or whatever the hell those things are. That's probably where they're going to be going. Trust me, it's going there. I came out with this idea back in 2015. Just never incorporated it. To simplify your life. 2015 is when I first came out with this whole concept of 6 layers. I was at 6 layers back then, knowing who you are, and then you can apply those same layers to the person that you're looking to hire as an employee. This is where businesses are going to flourish. This is where you're going to get a perfected society. Because why would I want to hire you if you're not fit for the job? You can tell somebody, you can put on your resume and make your resume look dynamic, but that's not really it. You bamboozled your way to get the job, and you got the job, but then your criteria is not fit in the job. See, once you know the birthday parameters, I don't even need the resume. That is your resume. All right, those of you that are asking, I'm going to pin it to the top. This is my friend Sharon's website. There it is. So if you're interested in knowing what your birthday means, go to the top of the chat and there's a website I put there, it'sallinthecards.com. Just click on that and plug in your parameters and go read about your card. Go read about your husband's card. Go read about your children's card. Go read about your pet's card. Yes, if you know your pet's birthday, they are going to be attributed to a number through numerology, an energy, a spirit force, as well as their cards of illumination, as well as a tarot card. And it does work. So what about this? What about this letter X? What the hell's going on with that? Let's talk about that. What's up with that? Why is Elon Musk changing Twitter to X? What's with all this symbolism and all the people? Sinead O'Connor's doing this and Jim Serversal's doing this. Like, oh, they're the devil, they're the Masons, they're doing all this, they're doing this secret society arm thing, and come on. So funny. Jeez. So why the X? SpaceX? Because the X is the hourglass, you see? And the hourglass is the Taurus field. And the X is tied to the number 24 because it's the 24th letter in the alphabet. The X is tied to Jesus. Why? Because Jesus in the Greek numerology equals the number 24. I just showed you that number 8, which is oxygen. It has 8 protons, 8 neutrons, 8 electrons. 8 plus 8 plus 8 is 24. See, Jesus is not what you think it is. I can assure you that. And then when that truth bomb comes out, a lot of people are going to be really pissed. You'll see. I'm just going to sit back and I hope to have a bucket of popcorn when that happens. So here is you see the X there on the 10 of Wands? See the X? You can see it, right? The X is there. That, if you look at that, that's an hourglass, like the days of our lives. Hold an hourglass. This is one of the cards of DNA. DNA, the double helix, is the number 8, which is the X. The X is in our chromosomes. The ladies, you ladies out there, have the 2 X's. Us guys, we get the X and the Y. The Y determines whether or not you're a male, female. And then you even have on the cups. See that page? He's holding the cup there. That cup is an hourglass. It's an X. You see it? The cup is an X. So we're moving towards a new reality, a new Taurus field, a new age, the age of Aquarius. And the age of Aquarius is nothing going to be, it's not going to be anything like the age of Pisces at all. At all. And when you go to theology and you go into the New Testament, because the Bible's a book about transhumanism, by the way. That's my truth. You don't have to agree, but It's moving you into the age of Aquarius, which is the age of the Christ. Jesus said, in the age of Pisces, this is not my kingdom. My kingdom is no part of this world. He was talking about the age of Aquarius. Follow me into a house with a man bearing a pitcher of water. Luke 22 verses 10. Aquarius. Aquarius is ruled by Uranus. That's why you see Jesus doing this. This is the sign. Thank Jill Rowland. This is the symbol for the letter U. Jesus does this, pointing to the Father up, which is Uranus. Revelation 21 verses 1 says there's going to be a new heaven and a new earth. Revelation chapter 21. What's the 21st card in the tarot? The world card. A new world. See? It's really beautiful. That's why people say, "Oh, why are you messing around with tarot cards? Those are demonic." Sure. I love listening to people like that. I just get a kick out of life more now than I've ever gotten a kick out of, because I know how this reality works, or I have a good feeling I know how it works. And when you know how this reality works and you have the foundations of the machinations of how this reality works, life is just completely beautiful. It's just glitz and glamour, man. Ah, man. I mean, I was just studying. Let me see if I can find this. I'll give you guys another truth bomb here. Where is it? I mean, here it is. Let me show you this. So I was studying Jerusalem, right? Display capture. Oops. I was studying Jerusalem. And I came down here and I'm reading about it. And, you know, where is the... I mean, if you do the etymology of Jerusalem, takes on a whole different meaning of what it means. But you'll see that, you know, the ancient Egyptian sources reference this as Jerusalem, which has the Uranus there. And then when you go to ancient Samaria, which predates Judaism by thousands of years, you have the land of Ur. And what does Uranus start with? Ur. And, you know, Uranus and Samaria go way back, because Samaria had a god that was called Anu. Okay, Anu was the god of sky and heaven. And this is where you're going to get the Anunnaki and Enki and Enlil. Anu. So all you got to do is just come here and type in Anu, and you're going to see it's 12, right? And then you just go to mathematics, and you can go here, and I know this by heart, but the number 37 is the 12th prime number. See, 37. So what's up with the 37? Well, you see, because Anu is heaven, it's also the eye in the sky, being the 37, you see. So it's pretty crystal clear. The 37 tied to the 12, tied to Anu, tied to the Anunnaki, tied to sky or heaven, tied to Uranus. Uranus was known as the father of heaven. And this is why you're going to have Jesus and all the depictions of the fingers pointing upwards, usually. Which is, you know, he's doing it right here. His hand's right there. The big one's right here. That's you, pointing to the heart. Uranus meaning magnetic heart, Earth, prison planet, tellurium, etc., etc. So, anyways. Okay. Even the word Jerusalem, I I didn't put this in. Let me show you this one here, folks. Should have showed you this. So if you take, if you go back to Jerusalem here, and we grab the Hebrew spelling of it, because that's where it originated from, and we copy that, and you go to the calculator here, we typed it in there, we got to grab Hebrew. So we grab Hebrew, and what you'll see is the number 92 for Jerusalem, right? 92. And you just go to the periodic table, and what's the 92nd element? Well, it's uranium. It's Uranus. So funny, right? Interesting. Well, there you have it. So anyway, just some fun stuff that I've been kind of attacking. Full Count's asking about bands that put out amazing albums and then they stink. I don't know. I mean, why a one-hit wonder? Like somebody had said somebody's Rockwell. Remember that song, Somebody's Watching Me? Which I started to decode that. I always feel like somebody's watching me. Rockwell. That was like a one-hit wonder. Why didn't he make it after that? A script? I don't know. Yep, the two fingers. That's you, a father. See, if you want, folks, if you really want the skinny, if you want to know what's coming, if you want to have the eyes to see what the Bible's all about, if you're a fan of theology. I mean, it is the most popular spell book one of the most popular spell books on the world stage. Those people that have promulgated it, pushed it, prophesied with it, prayed upon it, talk about it, they're casting the spells, contributing for it to come true. Like any text. It's like a movie. Someone writes the book or screenplay, and then they give it to a producer and be like, damn, I like that story. And then they make it come to life by giving it energy. Same thing with these ancient texts. You know, if you go study the Dead Sea Scrolls, when did they come out? 1946, 1947. 47 is scripted reality. 47 is tetragrammaton. 46 is tied to our two base pairs of our DNA. These numbers, if you're a fan of decoding, you just know that numbers pair. So you always look to not just one number, but look to the number next to it. So if you're looking at 46, look at 46 and 47, or 45 and 46. If you're looking at 52, look at 52 and 53, or 51 and 52. Add those up. See what kind of outcomes you get. You'll be amazed at what you can find when you start looking at the numbers that are next to the one you're looking at. But I'm telling you right now, folks, the Christ, it's not what you think it is. Let me see if I can find this, since we're doing some decoding tonight. I didn't get a lot of... my views have been really down. I don't know why, but I'm not in it for the views. But definitely the views are really low. See if I can find this. Okay, here it is. All right, so since we got everybody interested, let me show you this. So here you go. This is part one of Crypto Kingdom. Okay, so when you start to look at the shapes and you add because the Bible is nothing other than astrotheology. Santos Bonacci, thank you very much. But But here's the axis right here. See, this is the X. See the hourglass? This is the X right here. You can see the X. It's right there. Okay, the X. And you have the age of Aquarius forming a symbiotic relationship with the age of Leo. Every single zodiac sign does this. So the one we were in before, or maybe we're still in, was Pisces and Virgo, which is why Jesus was born of a virgin and he was a fisher of men. No brainer, right? But when he comes in and says, my kingdom is not part of this world, he's telling you that it's the Aquarian age. Right here. And you're going to have Uranus ruling over Aquarius, and you're going to have Leo being ruled over by the sun. And what's so fascinating is if you start looking at the mainstream, how about the car industry? You're seeing electric cars, Uranus, and you're seeing hydrogen cars, which is the sun. I was crazy. I went to LA and I pulled up to a gas station and there was a hydrogen pump. I had never seen one. Hydrogen. Right? So you have hydrogen cars and electric cars. Age of Aquarius, age of Leo. And these can be interchanged. Like you could put Leo up top here, but the hourglass fits right over the top of this. And what's so interesting about, the Bible here, Revelation 21, new heaven and a new earth, age of Aquarius, the age of the Christ, the age of cryptocurrency, the age of Krypton. And it talks about in this chapter that the city, and the city is the houses, the city had no need of the sun, neither of the moon, perhaps indicating that we will no longer have natural light. I'm not saying it's absolutely true, but I'm saying is that this is what the script may be talking about. But this is U and G. And you get the 4 fixed signs of astrology. And that's why there's this disc around the Christ's head. Okay? So there's a lot of symbolism. And if you want to check out, like Crypto Kingdom Part 1 and Part 2, right here, I would definitely highly encourage you to watch both of these. Because they're bombs. And they're not even that long, 20 minutes. So they're not going to take a lot of time for you to watch. I definitely would encourage all of you to watch those. I've gotten a lot of people requesting to decode other currencies. XPR was one of them. I don't even have that coin, so I'm not really interested in decoding that. But I may. But if I'm going to do requests and all that, you can probably, it'll be on the Patreon I got coming out. If I even find an interest in that. Some of these coins just don't have a lot of meat and potatoes to them. They just don't have a lot of things to attach to them. And, if you're a fan of crypto, and I'm not a financial advisor, but, it's pretty common sense. There's all these coins, they all can't make it. So, there's that. Yes, you can. I mirror numbers all the time. 51 and 15, you mirror those two. That's going to give you 66. 51 is tied to the Bavarian Illuminati because the Bavarian Illuminati was founded on May 1st. 5 of Swords card. 5 of Spades. And that just gives me like the 15. We were talking about the Barbie and all that stuff. Let me just show all this to you, folks. If you want to talk about the number of the beast and all that stuff, I'm going to show it to you. Because it says it's the number of a man, right? So here's the truth bomb. Here you go. Okay? All you got to do is go to the periodic table. This is my foundation. A lot of these elements we're made up of. They're essential. 60 minerals are essential for your body every single day. 60 of them, folks. You know how big that number 60 is? But all you got to do is go to carbon. Right here. And when you look up carbon, I'm just going to go and type it in here. We're going to type in carbon. isotopes. And carbon, whoops. Here's the devil. Carbon has 15 isotopes. Carbon has 15 isotopes. You see how valuable the tarot is? Okay. 666, the number of a man, the number of the beast. That's all of us. Carbon, because carbon is 6. Has 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons. Carbon 12, carbon 13. Ken and Barbie. Already talked about that. Right, so there you go. 15 isotopes. Carbon. Carbon, when you do it, numerology is going to give you the number 20. Just like the word duality. Just like the word birthday. Just like the word Mason. Uh-oh. Just like the word Jesuit. Look out. What? Just like the word pawn. And if you do the word 20, you get 25, and 25 is going to lead to manganese. Let me just get my music going on here. It's going to... Okay, cool. It restarted. All right. So we're having fun tonight. Whoops. Bloop. All right, let's get to some of your questions. That's right. The age of crypto is the age of Krypton. Krypton being the 36th element, and Jesus Christ equals 36. Krypton means hidden, kryptos, cryptocurrency. People say, oh, it means you're going to be in the crypt. No, it's just cryptocurrency is the digital quantum. Quantum is tied to Krypton. And Krypton is tied to secret, hidden. Krypton is tied to the house of El and Superman. It's tied to Jesus Christ, folks. I'm looking at your questions. John Sternal says, the song Aquarius, Let the Sun Shine, came out in 1969 by a band named The Fifth Dimension. Well, John, you're in luck. I actually decoded that exact band and song. It's one of my older ones, but I decoded it. You find that on my channel. Tim Authy is asking for a complete decode. Yeah, I mean, I'm still doing personal decodes, and you can use crypto if you want to. So no problem. Just send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com, or go to cosmicsugar.org, organization.org, and then just click on personal readings and fill out the short form, and easy peasy. And then John also asked, so is the birth calculator for tarot your tarot card, or is it the day of your birth, like birthday? I don't know I don't understand your question. See, every birthday is going to be tied to a card. And then you take that card and you can convert it into the tarot. And then you can go read about the tarot card and its meaning and its symbolism, and you can start to see how that fits into the narrative of your life. Checking your comments. Angela, am I going to be doing a collective card reading? Yes, I will tonight, so stay tuned for that. I don't know, what time is it? I'm not going to go crazy long. I'm going to start cutting these a little shorter. I spend too much time sitting on my ass. It's not good for the legs. If you've just joined us, welcome out. If you're interested in knowing what your birth card is, go to the top of the chat, and at the very top I pinned the comment, which has a website. It's my friend Sharon's website. It's called itsallinthecards.com. Click on that. Check out what your birthday card is. Go read about it. I promise the majority of you, it'll be about 90 to 95% accurate. Connor Powers is asking, you must be coming in a little bit late, my friend. Thanks for joining. When's the final decode of Christ and Lucifer being released? I'm still working on it. And you may have not heard, but I have a Patreon coming out, and it will be obviously a subscription based for the heavier decodes I have, and some extras that you're not going to get on YouTube. And that decode of Lucifer and Jesus, the majority of it, I'll probably put a clip of the Jesus Lucifer final decoded on YouTube. You can check it out for free, but the full length one is going to be released on Patreon. So you'll have to get a subscription to watch it all. I know some of you are going to be like, oh my God, Logan, oh man, here it is. Logan's charging for the decode. Yeah, I've been just giving 400 and something videos away absolutely free for the past 6 years. So I know you're all used to that, which is fine. But Logan's moving on to bigger things to present more and bigger information to all of you to bring this code. And I'm, really it kind of, the main reason, one of the main reasons why for the subscription basis, it's who's serious enough? Like, how serious do you take this? And then, I would just postulate to all of you, like, do you pay for Netflix every month? Do you pay for Amazon Prime? Do you pay for, a box? Do you pay for, what do you pay for in your life? Where do you get your information from? So I would just throw that out there. Not that I'm trying to defend my position and moving forward. What I'm just saying is kind of look at it from that perspective. Was I watching? Of course, whenever I can tune into Jordan's information on Saturdays, I love tuning into his stuff. So I was there for a little bit, listening to it in the background, of course. If he was talking about Patreon, if that's what you mean, I didn't hear that. Tim, if you're interested in a reading, just go to the website called cosmicsugar.org. So you have two ways. If you're interested in a reading, which, I'm booked through September, so just know that. And, like I'm going to be moving into October, and I don't even know how much more I'm going to keep going because I got a course, and it's a lot of stuff going on, right? That's not to give you scarcity mentality of just telling you, this is what's going on. I don't reply to the emails right away, too, because I got so much going on. And then I got my personal life, and I got my own things, and I try to detach and take breaks. But if you're interested in a reading, you have two choices. You can send me an email, and my email is decodeyourreality@gmail.com, or you go to the website and you can fill out the short form based upon the reading that you want to book. It's called cosmicsugar.org. Once you fill that form out, it comes back to me. I get in touch. We get over the phone, schedule you in, and then we can talk about how you're going to take care of it. You're going to use cryptocurrency, whatever. Okay. But that's how the format works. So it's really easy. Thanks, Pam, for putting that up there. Thanks, everybody, for all your comments, all the support, all the love. I appreciate each and every one of you here, honestly, because you could have been anywhere tonight, but you're here. And I appreciate you. And I'm grateful that you're here, listening to me go on my rants and yada, yada, yada. Thank you, Ronnie. Appreciate you. Jordan and I, Jordan's like a soul brother. Okay, so let's talk about soulmates real quick, all right? Since we're on this topic. So here's my take on that, which I did a let's talk about soulmate and twin flames. So there's this topic of soulmates, I found my soulmate. I used to say that. And then that relationship didn't last. So then I was like, okay. No, but I found my soulmate. And then, 2 years later, you're getting a restraining order. That's just for fun. But some of you have to do that, all right? Folks, I'm going to tell you right now, if you're single and you're looking for a partner, you may not be entering into the relationship that's going to be the one. You may be entering into a shit show to teach you something that's part of your script and screenplay. I just have such a different set of eyes and lenses in the way I perceive reality now. But soulmates, you have many of them. Both male and female. And furries. Pets. For sure. So soulmates can be a male or female or pet. And then you have this twin flame aspect, which is supposedly the one. And then you can break the terminology down, like you have the runner and the chaser of the twin flames. One runs and the other one chases, and then they change directions and they challenge you the most and all that kind of stuff. I've kind of, for myself personally, I really strive, and Jordan was talking about this earlier, I really strive to get rid of all the adjectives to describe the subject. I just focus on the subject. I'm not interested in saying that's good or bad. It just is. I catch myself in the habit of saying and labeling it using these adjectives. I want to focus on the noun or the subject. And I hope all of you are doing the same thing. That's what I'm interested in. I don't want to be I'm not into labels I'm this, I'm paleo, I'm vegan, I'm carnivore. Just do you, man. Why do you have to name it? Why does everything have to be a name? It's there's all these clubs people want to belong to. Anyways. All I know is, ladies and gentlemen, is if you're single, you're supposed to be single right now. That's it. Just enjoy it. Because, when you get into a relationship, man, you lose. Remember, everything, foundation is liability, asset liability, right? So when you get into a relationship, it becomes an asset, yes, because now you have the ability to fall in love and feel that energy of the first kiss and holding hands and humping for the first time, whatever, right? So you have that asset aspect. But then over time, when that shiny new toy wears away, When the honeymoon stage wears away, you're left with something now where it may end up encroaching into some liabilities, because now your independence may be gone. Now you have somebody that needs your attention. Now you have somebody you have to pay attention to. Now you have somebody you have to do this and that. Everything is an asset and a liability. So if you're a single person, rejoice in that, enjoy that ride. I say life is like surfing. The surfer paddles out to catch the wave. And what does a surfer do? Though I've never surfed before, but I've seen surfers. What do? You ever see a surfer just jump midway off the wave? Like they're riding the wave and then just halfway through the ride, they just jump off purposefully. Now, I've never seen anybody do that. They ride that wave as long as they can. That's what I think life's all about. If you're on a good one, everything's going great. You're doing this. Your life's going up, 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 up. You're like the Jeffersons. You're moving on up. You ride that sucker as long as you can, because it's not going to last. It ain't. Same with relationships, man. They change. And if you want a good laugh about relationships, go watch the show called The Good Place. Watched it twice. The message is just so funny. Yep, it's all one big trade-off. That's the thing, folks. You know where my reality's at? We all use each other. Try to wrap your mind around that. That's my truth. You get into a relationship, you use your partner. Not you, though. Only you. You're the exception of this. You know who you are. You'd be like, nah, that's not me. Of course it's you. We use each other for relationships. You can't have sex by yourself. That's called masturbation. But if you want to have sex, you have to have a partner. You use that partner to have that feeling, and they use you. And if you want to fall in love, you need somebody to fall in love with. So you use them, and they use you. It's just a big joke, folks. That's what this whole reality is. We just use each other. We use each other to get a payoff. We use one another to get a payoff. I get this like I'm a huge landmark proponent, huge fan of Werner Erhard's work. A big inspiration in my life. I mean, you go listen to some of his great workings on YouTube still to this day. I listen to him. It's like he talks about the payoff. What is a payoff? Everything you do has a payoff in life. You go to the gym, you work out, you get the payoff of feeling good, looking good in the mirror. You have sex, you get the payoff of the orgasm. You have a kiss, you get the payoff of that feeling. You go eat your favorite food, you get the payoff of getting your taste buds having an orgasm. You get to feed the stomach. That's the payoff. If you want to piss somebody off and you want to try to be right, you get the payoff of being right. I told you. A lot of you are going to be like that. You can't wait for justice to be served. So you can get out there with your pom-poms and go in the streets and say, I told you so. See, well, I've been telling you that for 6 months. And now it's here. See, I told you. And the payoff is you get to be right. So you can pat yourself on the back now. That's how ridiculous life is. Payoff after payoff after payoff after payoff. That's life. You ain't going to see me cheering on the streets. I'm not going to do it. I know how this reality works. That's my truth. Let me show you through the tarot again. The age of Aquarius. The age of Aquarius. Right here. The hell is it? I got to go through all these damn cards. Here it is. The age of Aquarius is zodiac sign number 11. 11. Okay, even when Jesus does this, what do you think that is? It's the sign language for the letter U, but do you see 2 1s right there? Aquarius, hello, there it is. Whoop, 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 right there. Pointing upward. Well, the 11th card in the tarot is the Justice card. See the sword right there? Come on, damn camera. See the sword? Jesus says, I'm not coming for peace, I'm coming with a damn sword, dumbass. That should have been in the Bible. Hey, dumbass, I'm coming with a sword. I'm not coming with peace. That would have made it very case specific if they would have put dumbass in the Bible. That's what I would have put there. Hey, dumbass, I'm coming with a sword, not peace. Just the age of justice is Aquarius. That's why you're having this sound of freedom come out. I know the message. I know the story behind it. I'm not poo-pooing on that. I'm not debilitating it. I'm not saying it doesn't have any merit. I'm not saying it's not important. But what I would question is, why the hell did that shit happen 100 years ago? You think that stuff wasn't going on 100 years ago? 10 years ago? 20 years ago? Why did they wait till now to come out and start to expose this stuff? Why didn't you do it 50 years ago? Shit was going on back then. I'll tell you the reason why. Because it wasn't part of the script. It's part of the script now. That's why. That's why I'm not going to be cheering. I ain't cheering, man. Because I see the script playing out. It's already predestined. Why would I cheer on something that's predestined? Like when I if I was heavy into sports again, I used to be a big sports fan. Born and raised in Connecticut, Massachusetts, Boston, Celtics, Bruins, Patriots, the whole 9 yards. Great place to be born, a sports fan. Back in the day when I was completely a Mr. Smith running around, I was cheering on my favorite team. I didn't know the score outcome. I didn't know what the outcome of I didn't know what the game was going to be like. All this excitement. I was on pins and needles during some of these games. Like it's, game 7, you got the World Series. Don't know the outcome of the game. Well, now when you're a decoder and you're starting to look at this reality and you see the damn thing playing out and you know it's predestined, where's the freaking shiny new toy in that? The shiny new toy is my life in the now moment, not paying attention to the script. That's my shiny new toy. And I hope that your shiny new toy is you paying attention to your life and your family's life and you being the star of the movie, because if you start to pay attention to their movie, you become an extra. And that ain't fun. Justice is the age of Aquarius because it was set up that way. So all these things coming out, all these people being brought to justice, it was supposed to be brought to justice. But you ain't going to see me cheering it on. I want no part of it. No part of it. Don't care. It's just so funny how these people, it's just like they're so wrapped up in and they can't wait to tell you so. Oh, they're just sitting there on the sidelines. They can't wait to tell you, I told you so. That's right, Pamela. We've all been a Mr. Smith. I was a Mr. Smith for the majority of my life. The dominant part of my life, I was a Mr. Smith. And I would venture to say, the majority of you here were in the same boat. The majority of you were a Mr. Smith for a very long period of time. The majority of your life was being what they call asleep. So when you look at the contrast and say, I'm not there anymore, rejoice, celebrate. But certainly don't be going around calling people sheep and shills and all this kind of ridiculousness. People are doing their jobs. Be grateful you're not doing their job. Focus on your gratitude. Flip what you see of where you were and what they're doing and saying, I am so glad I am not in their shoes. I am happy. I am grateful. Thank the Lord. Whatever you got to do, because I'm in my position now, I'm not in their position anymore. I'm going to just observe, see what they do. Because remember, folks, ladies and gentlemen, when you were a Mr. Smith, when you were an agent at one point in your life, when you were asleep and you had no clue what was going on, there was somebody that was looking at you and they were awake. And they're looking at you like maybe judging you, maybe doing the same things you're doing to those people that you call asleep or sheep. When you were one of those people, there were people that were awake and they're looking at you. That's the way this works, folks. Not everybody reaches a pinnacle in their life at the same time. Not everybody wakes up at the same time. I mean, even this, like Terrence talking about the NPCs. What is a non-player character? What does that mean? You're asleep. Yeah, it can mean, it could be a clone, it could be a robot, whatever. But the way I look at NPC is, they're just Mr. Smiths. They're just asleep. But their role is just as important as yours. I had posted something on my social media on Facebook and I had said, what happens when a star of a movie meets an extra on set? Think about this. You're a movie star and you're on set and you're acting. And one day you meet somebody who's an extra and you look at them like, damn, and you got this chemistry and you go over and you talk to them. You end up getting into a relationship with them. Who's more important? The movie star or the extra? Most people say it's the movie star. But the movie star is just the same as the extra. They're both taking up space. They're both creating energy. They're both being harvested for their energy. It doesn't matter. That, like the ancient proverb says, when the game is over, the king and the pawn go back in the same box. All you got to do is focus on who you are right now, where you're going, where you want to go, and then those that are closest to you. That's your cast of the movie. You're in a reality show. I mean, as I have said before, like, you just got done season 1, and now you're going to be ready to play through season 2. Who's tuning in to your life? Would they tune into season 2 if there was one? Would you get picked up again? Or are you just getting a pilot and that's it, and you're getting thrown back in the water? Because you're like, not a good reality show. Litecoin girl, do I do readings? I do. Welcome. You must be new today for now. I talked about this several times. If you're interested in a reading, I'm booked out through September. So, I'm very scarce on the days I have. I'm going to be booking October, and then I don't know what I'm going to be doing because I'm traveling and a whole 9 hours. If you're interested in a reading, send me an email or go to my website. The email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com, or go to the website, cosmicsugar.org, and you just click on the personal readings and you'll have 3 to choose from. Click on one of those, fill out the short form, and I'll contact you. Okay? And since you have Litecoin, I do accept Litecoin. So there you go. I like Litecoin. I think it's pretty cool. It has that. I actually, it's one of my favorite coins. I don't know why, but I like Litecoin. John Steele, what's up, man? The man from Rhode Island, the smallest state in the U.S. My home away from home, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts. What's the story behind Cosmic Sugar name? It found me. I came up with it one day. I thought it was catchy. And that's it. I don't know. It just popped into my head. Where did that come from? I don't take credit for it. It's something outside of this reality. You can call it God, supernatural. You can put a title to it. That's where it came from. And that's where the brand got started. And now, it's kind of the merch brand. So. Oh yeah, Litecoin Girl says, I eat truffle salt and oil on everything. This, I'm telling you folks, this shit is like liquid gold for your tongue. If you don't if you don't mind hot, this is pretty spicy. I mean, I can handle it. You want to get this is the hotter sauce. If you want the one down, you get the hot sauce. I haven't tried that one. But this stuff right here, man, is liquid gold for your tongue. It's amazing. I wish I would have gotten more bottles when I was in LA, but if you get it here in Mexico, that's the thing. Like here in Mexico, has some $25 a bottle for this on Amazon. It's the only way I can get it in here. I was like, okay, that's pretty crazy. For how many ounces is it? 6? Yeah, 6 ounces. $14 on Amazon in the US, $25 in Mexico. Spoon Power 23, have I seen the show Severance? I have not. Interesting title name. Catherine's asking about decoding old personal stats in sports. Yeah, I do it all the time. Not in sports. Not really in sports, but I do personal things in other things. But I have done a lot of sports over the years. Going through your comments. Thanks everybody for being here. All your awesome comments. All the love. Sending you guys a ton of love back. Got some Disney stuff in here. Walt Disney had the King of Clubs card. 9/11 was the King of Clubs card. Uh-oh. Steven, what's up, brother? Nice to have you here. Steven, big shout out to the moderator, Steven and Pamela. The wrenches are here, keeping things in check. Steven's asking about looking at a woman's astrological chart, like squares and conjunctions. I don't really get into the sextiles and this and that. I look at the basics because the basics is, to me, tell the story. When you have a planet that squares another one, imagine, like I'm squaring you. Okay, now what? But if I'm conjunct, if I'm sitting right next to you, there's a big difference versus looking at you across the room in squares. Conjunct means next to one another. That's different because now you're hanging out. So if you have a planet right next to another planet, that's hanging out with the planet. That's like you and me sitting here together, chopping it up side by side versus you're 10 feet across the room where we really like, hey, what's going on? And you can't, like you got to yell. That's what kind of squaring is to me in astrology. Really far away. So I'm not big into the squaring and sextiles and all that. You can get into all that stuff, right? But the basics to me are enough. Looking at the house what the chart ruler is of the house and finding out the location of that and what energy that celestial is, what it's living through, what number of the house it's living through. You know, that's why numerology is so important to tie into astrology, because they're one and the same. Yeah, if you want to get some shirts, like this is my one of my taglines, pretending to be human. If you're new, right, you can go to all these shirts that I offer on the website. I have two kinds. All right, I have the vintage, and then I have the classic. Okay, the classics are a little bit more cottony and tighter. The vintage are a little bit more softer. That's the difference, and you'll see the price difference is like $4 or something like that. But I own every shirt that I offer on the website, except for a few of the women's, because I'm not a woman, right? So I don't have those shirts. But I own every shirt. So I know all the materials. I know some of these, they shrink a tiny bit in the wash, in the dryer, typical of a shirt. But they're all high quality shirts. And the pricing structure that I set them at was to be where you can get them, where they're not going to be like I've seen websites where they charge like $45 a t-shirt. I'm like, oh my God, I didn't want to go that route, right? I want to get this message out there. So if you want to get a hat, I just got this one. This one's embroidered. This is my tagline I came up with, right? This is what we are. We're pretending to be human, right? It's kind of funny, right? So I got this hat when I went to LA. I brought it back just to show all of you. This is the one I'll be kind of wearing. It's one of the trucker hats. It's adjustable. It's a really high quality hat, and I forgot how much I priced it. Like, I don't know. I got mugs on there if you're a coffee drinker. So if you want to support the channel and you want to get some good merchandise that I can tell you is really good quality, cosmicsugar.store is the website. I have Gratitude Junkie. I have tons of colors. Let me just see if I can show you this. All right, so here we go. So, oops. Yeah, I'll continue. I know I'm in Mexico. So here's the website, and if you come up to the apparel, you're going to see the vintage and the classic. If you click on the vintage, these are the more higher quality. If you want the softer feel, they're all unisex as well. But here's the Pretending to Be Humans Outlaw, which is what I am. You got Professional Manifester. I got Spiritual Entrepreneur here. And then I got the all-seeing eye with the pyramid. That's the vintage ones. Then when you go to the classics, this is the one I'm wearing right now is a classic. I have Blessed in all colors. And then the Gratitude Junkie, limited edition human. These are all my taglines that I've kind of come up with. I didn't come up with them. Whatever's using me came up with. But I try to get all the colors, and this one's really good. Manifester, I got Vintage Human. And then I got my Watchers, a lot of you have already bought the Watcher t-shirts. I kind of made this through the font of Baywatch. I was a Baywatch fan growing up. And then all the Smiley apparel. If you want to get a Smiley, you can get these right here. The classics, pretty much. I have the larger Smiley and then the bigger ones. They're smaller and then the bigger. And I have all the colors here. So depending on what your flavor is for colors, pretty much have them all. These are all good high quality t-shirts, ladies and gentlemen. This is my favorite one, the silver. So there you have it. And then I got my hats. If you go to the accessories, you go to the headwear. I got these are all embroidered. Okay. So I don't have a lot of these, but this one obviously is the one I'm showing you here. I think I got the smiley faces here. So these are the trucker hats. And then if I even have the mugs, if you're a coffee drinker, quite a few mugs here. Okay, so we got some vegan wear. I think I got vegan wear as well. Yeah, I got vegan wear here. If you like vegan stuff, these are all my taglines. I did Arby's. That's vegans. We have the plants instead of we have the meats. I got the eat more cucumbers instead of eat more chicken. Kind of wanted to do it around veganism instead of Chick-fil-A. Kind of stole their tagline, if you will. It's plant filet. So if you're vegan, there you go. All right. And then we even have some kid apparel, a few kid shirts here for toddlers, et cetera, et cetera. So there you have it, folks. That's what we got. So if you want to support the channel, if you want to support, get some merch. They're not expensive. $20 for a shirt. Free shipping over $50. And then those of you that are going to sign up for the Patreon to become a subscriber to get all this information, you're going to get discounts on any order you want. I have to figure those pricing structures out, but you'll get a discount on anything you want to buy. So that'll be some of the perks that you get. So someone's got Spaceballs in here. That was one of my favorite movies growing up. He's gone plaid. That's a funny movie. And they got the big combs. What are you guys doing? We're combing the beach. Got the big combs out there. It's funny. So yes, Ronnie, the t-shirts, they will shrink a little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. I have to tell you that because they will. Like I've noticed they have just a tad. I don't think anything new doesn't shrink. If it's cotton, it's going to shrink a little bit. But they're true to size. Like, I wear a large. So it's pretty good for me. Trinity Sun's asking if I prefer the Pythagorean life path calculation. Yeah, that's actually I have this guy. I got to reach out to this guy. Wow, I totally forgot. Just reminded me. So there's a layer of Chinese astrology called Bazi, where they take the pillars. It's an extension of Chinese astrology where you take the month, the day, and the year, and they break into 4 pillars. So my birthday is 2/4/1973. So you'd have a pillar of 2, a pillar of 4, a pillar of 19, and a pillar of 73. And those are the pillars. So yes, you could do it like that, the Pythagorean life path calculation. So if you do it that way, if you go, let me just show you with the calculator. So if you do it like this, that's my birthday added up doing the pillars. 2 + 4 + 19 + 73, that's going to give you 98. So which is kind of crazy, right? Because the damn Ruth, the lady I just decoded for Barbie, that's her name in numerology, the 98. But that would be, the 98 would be the starting point, and that's going to reduce all the way down to the single digit of the number 8. So you'd have 98. 98 is going to reduce down to the 17. 17 is going to reduce down to the number 8. My life path, if you do it from single digits, is going to be a 26. But ultimately, my life path is the number 8. So you'd study the number 8. What does the number 8 mean? If you're an 8 life path, what does that mean? Well, you're here to deal with power. What do you think I'm doing? And then you look to my astrological chart. My Rahu is in Sagittarius, which is the hermit. Wisdom. What do you think I'm doing? Sharing wisdom. That's my power. I'm sharing wisdom with all of you. Gnosis. Sagittarian is across from Gemini. That's what my K2 is. Gemini is being super creative. Gemini is using your communication. That's my Rahu K2 axis, and then my life path is a number 8. So, this is how I look at astrology, numerology. When I do readings, you got to look at all these layers and tie them all together. And that tells your story, not mine. You know, when I do readings for people, I tell people, I will not compare you to anybody else in the world. And I tell people this, and I want you to think about this. The only reason why this reality exists is because you're plugged into it. Now, I know that's very egoic. This is why I say to people, I know this is very egoic. Because when you die, does everybody die with you? That would be kind of retarded to say that, right? But think about this. You're plugged in, you're engaged in the game, and the only reason why I exist is because you exist. So you're plugged into this game, you're plugged into YouTube right now watching this transmission because you decided to come here and do that. But I'm an extra in your movie and I'm only here because you tuned into this. That's how important your life is. I tell people, you are so special. You don't even probably look at your life like that. Most of you don't think you're special. Most of you just like, oh, I just got this plain old life. That's because you haven't dove into your code. You haven't really fully uncovered all the cosmic blueprint that wants to come out. Like a lot of you are like a Porsche with a turbocharger on it and you never mash the gas. You buy a twin turbo car and you never romp on the accelerator. You just put around town driving 30 miles an hour. But you got this car and under the hood, the car wants to go 200 and you only go 30. Some of you are doing that in your life. You can go really fast, you can go very exciting, but you don't do that. You just keep it boring. You keep it slow. Why? Because you don't uncover your code. A lot of you are too busy trying to force other people to live your life. That's what human beings are in the habit of doing. I don't like the way you do that. You shouldn't be doing that. Why are you doing that? That's stupid. I wouldn't do that. Sound familiar? We all do it, folks. All of us do these kinds of things, these ridiculous, funny things. They're funny to me. We try to force our code onto the people we know that are close to us. Why are we doing that? You're trying to be right? You think that their life needs to revolve around yours? You don't even know their code. When you start to study your code and then you start to study other people's codes, you realize like, oh, damn, they got a different code than I do. And here I am trying to tell them, I wouldn't do that. That's dumb. God, why would you even do that? Because they're not you. That's why they're doing it. Let them do what they got to do. See, if you just let people do what they got to do and you focus on you and pay more attention to you, life becomes crisp, it becomes beautiful, and it becomes your paradise. But nope, that's not the way the world works. It's blaming and it's their fault, and then you should be doing it this way. Oh, why did you get that? That was dumb. Because it wasn't part of it's their screenplay. That's why they did it. The only person that you're designed to save is you. That's it. And then if you got kids and you're a parent, well, then that's an extension of you. Well, of course, like any loving parent, if you're a good parent, you would be there for your children. But I don't even have kids, but I'm the course I have coming out, I'm doing it for kids because like if I was a father, I would be studying my child to a T. I would be looking at their charts. I'd be looking at their numerology. I'd be looking at their cards. I'd be looking at their Enneagram. Anything I can get my hands on what that child and how their child's blueprint's going to be, I'm on it. When they get old enough, they're doing vision board. I'm going to encourage them to do vision boards. What do you want to be when you grow up? That's what I'd be like. You ask your kids that, hey, what do you want to be when you grow up? And they tell you something and then you instantly know, oh my God, it's in their freaking astrological chart. Bam, there it is. Now you have your little slight gesture to push them and encourage them to do what they want to be when they grow up because you see it in their charts. You know they're going to be a superstar. I had said to so many of you, I'm going to say it again. If you have a kid, what's to say that your child one day is going to save the world? Think about that. Think about that. What if one day your kid grows up to save a town, to save the world, to create a product that will help people get rid of their health conditions? And you sit there and you're like, that's my kid. And you helped because you looked at their charts and you saw what they were good at and you encouraged them to go do that. That's a good parent. Instead of saying, you know, I'm a doctor, you're going to be a doctor, and that's the end of it. You know, a lot of kids resent their parents because their parents forced them into the same industry that their parents were in. And you look at their chart and it's like, man, they weren't even born to do that. And then the kids end up hating the parents, resenting the parents, and then there's division. And what do you want to be when you grow up? Even you as an adult. Some of you, like, you think it's it for you? Like, how much gas you got in the tank? Like, I'm 50 right now. 50 and a half. I'm going to be 51 in 6 months. I got a lot of gas left in the tank. Right? Am I going to just decode your reality for the rest of my life until I die? Maybe. But I doubt it. Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep creating. Keep changing people's lives. Graduate, graduate, graduate. DNA activation upgrade. DNA activation upgrade. That's what I'm after. Refinement, refinement, refinement. That's what I'm after. Aren't you? You can't refine your life when you're busy complaining and bitching and pointing the finger and it's them, it's they, it's their fault. You give all your prana away. Same with your kids, man. What you're doing now is not permanent, folks. You could be changing careers next year. Just roll with it. If you're not happy where you're at right now, consider making a change. I'm not saying go do it. Consider it. What do you really, like, you as an adult, I say people when I do readings, you're the kid right now, because we're all kids. They say today people can live to 150, 120, 150. That means I'm only a third of the way my life through. Logan, what do you want to be when you grow up? I'm doing it now. There's other things that I really aspire to do. But ask yourself that same question. You're a child right now. What do you want to be when you grow up? Okay, anyway. I got a new shirt coming out. Those of you, Gratitude Junkie, Attitude of Gratitude. I get a new one coming out. Gratitude Central. I love that one. That one's coming out. Gratitude Central. So that one's going to be good. Can you guys and gals hear the music? Like it's an ambient music. Can you guys hear that, or is it really low? Can I get some feedback on that? Claudia is asking about retrogrades, supermoons. How do you think it'll affect the collective? Claudia, I haven't honestly looked at the current map of the stars. I couldn't answer you. I don't know what that. Let me just hold on. No music. Okay. Okay, you guys can hear the music. Okay. Cool. Okay. This is what I listen to when I decode. This stuff right here. No lyrics. Just me and the music. and the screen and whatever's the voice in my head that's controlling me. Okay, so let me just go to, let's take a look at this. Let me just pull up the chart. Let's get the current chart. You're talking about how many? 2 months? Let me look. Next month. Okay. So let's look and see what we got for astrology. So we're gonna go we'll do the end of August. How about that? August 30th, maybe. 2023. Okay. Let's see what I can show you here. Let me just share my screen. Okay. So this, I'm using Vedic sidereal here. And this is August 30th. Okay. Now, the sun and the moon are the quicker moving ones along with Mercury, but the major ones are pretty much going to be in these positions right here. This is 9 a.m. This is Mexico. It's not going to really be different for anybody else. You know, to me, I want you to take into consideration that Pluto is in the sign of Capricorn, okay? And it's not just in the sign of Capricorn, it's in the 21st nakshatra called Uttada Ashada, which means the undefeated one. And 21 is tied to the world card. So this energy clearly says, never mind the house, it's just the zodiac sign and the nakshatra. This is clearly telling all of us that Pluto's job is to wipe out the physical, Capricorn meaning an earth sign, wipe out the physical that no longer is necessary. And of course, since it's in Capricorn, you must look to see where Kronos is at. And Kronos is not too far away. Kronos is in the sign of Aquarius. Now the moon's conjunct right here, but the moon, of course, moves quickly. So this is just case specific for August 30th. I'm just going to look at the heavy hitters here. And Kronos is in the sign of Aquarius, not just any nakshatra, the 24th. And now you have the letter X here. The letter X. If we're in the age of Aquarius, you have Kronos and its opposite, the sun, in the sign of Leo. This axis right here is that axis that I showed in my crypto kingdom. This being the axis of the age of Aquarius and age of Leo. And you have the sun and Saturn. And, you know, the sun's like, yes. The Saturn's like, no. Right? Saturn says, prove it to me. The sun's like, I'm going to show you. Right? The sun rules Leo. So this is like a very friendly, very at-home feeling. Kronos, you know, is a co-ruler of Aquarius, but I don't feel it's a ruler at all. I feel like it's going to be the ruler of Capricorn. So, but Pluto's here. So the energy that Pluto's delivering right now, obviously its job, Pluto, is the underworld. Its job is to bring destruction. Pluto's tied to Shiva, tied to Prometheus. And to me, and I know those of you that are tropical fans, people say, oh, Pluto's going to be in Aquarius. Well, Pluto ain't going to be in Aquarius till 2039. Much different energy. Now, you could say it is because that's tropical astrology. But I feel like the sidereal is the root of astrology. Okay? Remember that Neptune is, to me, is the screenplay writer. Neptune has the pitchfork. Neptune's Poseidon. Poseidon runs the water. The body's made up of primarily water. The Earth's real estate is about 71% water. So Neptune has a big say. Poseidon has a big say in this. And it's in the sign of Pisces, which is its own house. So this is a pretty big marker right here. Like, what's going to happen here when Poseidon's in its own house of Pisces? We're moving out of the age of Pisces into the age of Aquarius. Saturn's here. What is Saturn doing? Setting up the timeline, because Saturn, Chronos runs time. Setting up the timeline. Maybe Neptune's taking out the screenplay of Pisces. You have Chiron, the wound here, as well. And then the big markers for the desires are the axis of Ketu and Rahu. Rahu has been in the sign of Aries for a while now, and it's moved into the first nakshatra, Ashwini, and, you know, this is the magician. So a lot of, you know, look out for a lot of magic coming out on the world stage. If you can't touch it, smell it, taste it, feel it, you know, be a doubting Thomas. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, anything that is an illusion or a deception, that's what its job is. Don't get mad at it. Okay? Its job is to deceive. Its job is to be illusory. It has a job to do. Don't hate. It's just playing the game, man. Right? You have Jupiter here, right there in Aries. The expansion of fire. I can't count the houses because these are going to move. Just the zodiac signs. Jupiter in Bharani. This is Pluto's domicile. Bharani is the god of Yama, the god of destruction. So this could be a big marker for that. And then right next to it, conjunct is Uranus. Uranus is in the same sign of Aries. Uranus. Right next to his grandson, Jupiter. Pretty big marker. It's in the third nakshatra called Kritika. Kritika is the knife in Aries. The first one. Laying down the pipes here. Big time markers. Right here. Big time markers. Mars is across from Neptune, Poseidon. So these are really big markers here. This is what you mean about a cross or squaring, but Mars is the precursor to Pluto. So, you know, it's in Virgo. Virgo is carbon. So these are big markers coming down the pike. What's coming down the pike here? Well, I mean, you know, this is such an overview. But I really feel like, you know, obviously Pluto, the job. I mean, Oppenheimer just came out. Oppenheimer was on the detonation. Pluto is in Capricorn, Earth sign, 21st nakshatra, 21 is Revelation 21, new heaven and a new earth. This is all set up right here astrologically, folks. I can tell you that right now. Pluto is in Capricorn. And even if you don't, like if you're a fan of tropical astrology, if you just go to Stellarium, right here. Oh. If you just go to the website, stellarium.-web right here. Okay? And you look, let me get the ecliptic here. When you look, the red line is the ecliptic. Okay, I'm going to type in Pluto. Right here is Pluto, right here. X marks the spot, Pluto. Well, do you see it anywhere near Aquarius? Pluto's right here. Aquarius is way the hell over here. No, it's just in that starting point of Capricorn. Okay? That's what you're looking at right now. This is the true map of the stars, man. Sidereal astrology. So solar tropical pushes Pluto all the way over here to Aquarius. People say, oh, Pluto's in Aquarius. Well, not according to the map of the stars, it's not. So the reason why tropical works is because so many people put their energy into it, and that's what Magic 101 is, right there. Right? But this is the true map of the stars right here. And all these constellations affect the ones that are on the ecliptic. Sag, Scorp, Libra, Virgo. Virgo has the most real estate out of all them all. It's the biggest one. Leo. See, the sun's in Cancer right now. But yet people are going to tell you, oh, we're in tropical. You're going to be, some people say you're in Leo right now. It's right on the cusp, right? But sun's in Cancer. But it's going to be in Cancer Leo soon. So this is the website I use here, the Ecliptic. It's pretty awesome. So there you go. Okay. So that's my take on it astrology-wise. I mean, Pluto being in the 24th in the Shaktra says it all. I mean, Pluto was opposite of Mars just a little bit ago. Capricorn being ruled by Kronos in Aquarius being cryptocurrency. You can clearly see Pluto's job is to remove the fiat currency, and then Kronos is there in Aquarius to set up cryptocurrency, the timeline for cryptocurrency. A new heaven and a new earth, right? If you're a fan of theology, Pluto is in the 21st. Pluto is right here. This is what Pluto's influencing right now in the tarot. The world card. Pluto. 21st Nakshatra. Uttada Ashada, the undefeated one. The undefeated one is the world card. And your and then Mercury right now is in the 11th nakshatra, which is tied to Aquarius. The 11th nakshatra being tied to the 11th house of Aquarius. We're right across the way. Oh, Mercury's right there. Mercury being the planet of communication. I mean, it's a pretty big August 30th, man. Personally, I mean, Jordan and I talked about the financial collapse, talked about it again the other night with Mel on his channel, with big into XRP, he's big into the mainstream. I think something big's going to happen. The Shemitah year, the Golden Jubilee year, those all play a role. The Shemitah, the debt forgiveness, all that kind of stuff. So I think personally, I think real estate is going to make a major correction. Major. Did I say major? Major correction. I certainly wouldn't be buying a house right now. That's my opinion. Okay. So let's get to the tail end of this. What's your question? 63. That's a big one too, because what was I mentioning? I was talking about Jesus and the scripture about him. I come not in peace, I'm coming with a sword. Like I said, he should have said, I'm coming for your ass with a sword. Coming for your ass. I think if you want to watch an amazing video, if you're a fan of rock, I am. The band Iron Maiden, they have a song called The Writing on the Wall. If you go watch that video, pretty awesome. What they think is going to happen. At the end of that video, they have the Adam and Eve in the backseat of the car escaping this world explosion, and then the driver flips them an apple, and they bite into the apple again, and history repeats itself. So I'm saying, folks, Jesus ain't what you think it is. When you got all the people that you're blaming using the same kind of energy. Oh, man. Just have fun with the ride, man. If you're on a ride, if you have peace in your life, or if you have some kind of, love in your life, if you're on a good one, ride that wave. I say ride that wave as long as you can. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. You got to take into consideration, ladies and gentlemen. You have to take into I shouldn't say you have to. I would ask you to take into consideration that the people that got the screenplay to live out a life at a very high level, if you want to measure it that way, you would think that they know what's going to happen. You would think that these people would know what's coming down the pike. And you would probably assume they know more than you do. Like privileged information. That's why I believe that what's going to happen is not what people think is going to happen. What you've been programmed with. Carrie Skate says, I live up the road in Querétaro. Wait a minute, that's not Querétaro. Is that Querétaro? That's not up the street for me. If it's Querétaro. I don't know, maybe I'm mistaking it for a different city. I'm in Playa del Carmen, Cancun area, so if you're near there, that's where I'm at. Just telling you folks, man, the world's not what you think. Ronnie says it, and the world is not what you think. That's right. The people that have the high screenplays, they know what's coming. They have information you probably don't. They have information I probably don't have. Unconditional love. That's what God has. What does unconditional love mean? What does that mean to you? The antagonist and protagonist are one and the same. Their roles, their characters, unconditional love. See, we constantly look at people blaming the bad guy and praising the good guy. That's not unconditional love. The Slim Errant says, you mean the powers that shouldn't be? No, because the powers that are to be and are right now are supposed to be that way. Otherwise, they wouldn't be there. There is no shouldn't be. Right now, inside of your body, you have invaders constantly attacking you. Shouldn't they be there? Or should they be there? Bacteria, viruses that enter your body constantly attacking your immune system. Shouldn't they be there? They shouldn't be there. Maybe that's what you'd say. There's mosquitoes all around. They shouldn't be in my house, but they get in my house. But they shouldn't be here. Santos can't stand mosquitoes. Santos one day, oh my God, it was so funny. You're living in a scripted reality, folks. You may not like who's in charge when you look at who's in charge. But remember, things are only temporary, right? Nothing's permanent. I love Alan Watts, Matty85. I've listened to Alan Watts for a very long time. You know what Alan Watts says? We are all incarnation of God. What if that's the truth? Then what are you going to do? So I'm telling you folks, you want to watch you want to really get your mind like jumbled a little bit, go watch Ozarks, season 4, episode 10. You're going to see the scene when Jason Bateman sits on the stairs, the priest comes out, they have a little conversation about 2 minutes long. Life-changing. If you can put it into the critical thinking. But if you're still at that stage in your life where you're still trying to divide the good from the bad and saying there's a separation and the bad's not God, only the good is God, well, have fun with that. I'm not in that space. You know, think of it this way, and then I'm going to get into the collective card reading. Just shuffle these cards. Just for a second, just think about this with critical thinking. Okay? I want you to imagine that you're God. Okay? You're God. Would you let your kingdom get craziness in it? Would you let your kingdom have all these devils running around amok? Or would you run a tight ship? What would you do? Well, I know what you would do if you're a family and you got kids. You're not going to invite stone cold killers over for dinner. You wouldn't do it. But anyway, if you were God, if you were the creator of this reality, and you've been around forever, no beginning and no end, so we're told. It's a long time. And you've seen every single scenario, you've seen every kind of turnout, you've played every single character. It's kind of like the scenario of, here's a perfect example. And I had thought about this today. I'm a huge fan of this sauce. So if you've been here from the beginning, you're like, okay, Logan, I got it. But those of you that are new, this sauce is amazing. It's a truffle hot sauce. This is pretty spicy. It's the bomb. Okay? Imagine that you could only have this sauce on your food for the next 10 years. Just 10 years. No ketchup, no mustard, no oils, no vinegar, nothing. You could only have this on whatever it is you eat. You had to have it on your oatmeal. You had to have it on your this. You had to have it on your salad. You had to have it on your rice. You had to have it on whatever you're eating. But you can only have this sauce for 10 years straight. And that's it. That's the final thing. After the 10 years, and now the contract is over, and now you don't have to have this sauce, do you think you're still going to choose this sauce on your food? Hell no, you ain't. You don't even want to see another bottle of this shit for the rest of your life. This has got used up. Take that same scenario and now put it into 10 years of your life where you have everything at your disposal. You have nothing bad in your life. Everything is given to you. You have a bottomless, endless thing to everything. The potato chip bag you grab that you buy and you start eating, there's no limit to them. There's no limit. Your bank account never gets empty. Nothing. You have no challenges. You have everything at your disposal for 10 years. Do you think you'd get sick of it? Just like the sauce, you would get tired of it. You'd want some kind of change. Having everything you want all the time, every time, there's no challenge, there's no change. It's all easy street. It's the same sauce every day, day in and day out. Here's another scenario. For 10 years, you're only allowed to listen to 10 songs on your phone. You go to the gym and work out, only 10 songs for 10 years. That's all you can do. How sick and tired would you be of listening to those 10 songs for 10 years straight? I don't even want to hear another song by that band ever again. You'd want something new, fresh. We as human beings, we like the shiny new toys. We like the new series that comes out. We like the new shows. We like the new cars. We like the new phones. We like the new this. We like the new that, because we get tired of the old. So God has been through every single scenario you can figure out. Played them over and 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 over. I'm tired of being the good guy. Now it wants to be the bad guy. And that's what it does. And it uses us to do that. That's my foundation. That's my framework of how I perceive and observe this reality. That's how I perceive this reality. You can't live in Skittle Land for the rest of your life. You can't be going over rainbow bridges made out of Skittles for the rest of your life, folks. It would get boring. You can't listen to the same 10 songs for the rest of your life. You'll go nuts. Not down here in this reality. Maybe in a different dimension with different levels of understanding, perhaps. But not in this reality. This is the only reality we know about, ladies and gentlemen. We can theorize about going to 4D and 20D and 50D, whatever the hell D you want to go to. It's theoretical. We can't prove any of that. It's an idea. I don't believe in death. Physical death, sure. This Logan body right, like I say, people, like I'm, like, you know, I've put this sucker through a lot. Working out all my life, like stress in the body. I got a lot of injuries. I often say, like, I'm ready for a new avatar. Like, I've really used this one up. You know? Claire's talking about chocolate, a chocolate bar that never ends. Like, I'm just sitting here with a bag of chips I bought at Trader Joe's before I left to come to Mexico. Oh my God, they're the best. It's the pickle chips. Pickle flavored chips, the bomb at Trader Joe's. And I'm sitting there eating them today. And I thought of that. I'm like I'm almost through with the bag. And I don't have a Trader Joe's to go buy another one. So I'm shit out of luck, man. Until I go back to the US, I have to wait to go back to get another bag of pickle chips. And that's even if Trader Joe's has them. That's why I have this t-shirt called Limited Edition Human. You want to be limited edition. You don't want to be available all the time. Limited edition. Limited edition cars, limited edition trucks, limited edition phones, limited edition sunglasses. Because they're standouts, they're special. You can't always get them. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, the pickle chips, whoo, damn, man. But if I had to eat them every day, I'd get tired of them. Even pizza, my favorite food. If I ate it every day, I get sick of it. Same with God, man. If this reality was all Skittle rainbow bridges and freaking clowns running around pushing each other in the bushes and there's no challenge in life and you ain't got no bacteria invading the body and stuff, folks, Life would get boring. You can't just imagine. Here, let me just show you something. See if I can get this thing to pop up. If you and I went into a room and we were in the pitch black, imagine this is what your life looks like every day. You wake up and this is what you see. You can't see around you. You can't see your hand in front of your face. You have no lights to turn on. You bump into shit. You can't write anything. You can't find anything. This is the world you're living in. Black. Right? And then, boop, the light comes on. You're like, oh, now I can see something. Now I can create. Now, if I take the same scenario and I go with a white screen, right? This. You wake up and this is what it looks like every day. There's no defining anything because it's all white. It's all this. There's no black anymore. It's all white. Life would be boring. You have to take a pen and you got to write something on this white to make something come about. So it doesn't matter if you like white. If you say, I'm a light worker, great. If you're a light worker, it means you work in the dark. There's nothing light about you. Okay? You're the spark out of the darkness. Out of the darkness you come. That's exactly if you just had all white all the time, you'd get bored. If you had black all the time, you would get bored. You need both. You need that spark of light to create from, folks. You see? The pulse of light. The diamagnetic pulse of light that's talked about, the great book of Genesis, right here. 1 verses 2. See? Darkness was over the waters of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. Okay? That's what it is. The Spirit of God moved over the waters. What do you think your body's made up of? Water. Okay? And then when you go to Genesis 6 verses 3, which is kind of interesting because today's tied to it, but right here. It says, the Lord said, God said, my spirit will not be with humans forever. Does it say it's your spirit? Does it say anywhere here where it's your spirit? No. My spirit. It ain't yours, folks. The spark of God is not yours. So it says the days will be 120 years. And then all you got to do is go to alchemy, the periodic table, and you look to the 120, which is tied to 51 right here, antimony. Antimony is going to be the 120. There it is. And it's the all-seeing eye in your brain. My spirit, antimonus, not alone. This is the Spirit of God inside of you. It's talked about in every damn ancient text, and everybody thinks they got it right. Everybody is right. This whole reality is a big Ponzi scheme. So whatever you fancy, whatever you flavor, if you like this, if you like going to a church, then go do that. If sports is your church, go do that. If that makes you feel, if you get off on that, it makes you feel good, go do it. You're being used anyway. But ladies and gentlemen, the time for complaining and bitching and moaning and it's their fault and it's them and they're ruining everything, that is over with. Go plant a garden already. Instead of complaining about the food. All right. So let's finish this. As Jordan would say, I mean, thanks, Jordan. Big spiciness. I mean, got the hot sauce. Got a new city in the background. Let's end this. What's your question 63? Thanks everybody for being here. Thanks everybody for pretending to be human like me, like you. All right. Okay, so now we're going to do some tarot cards. One more shuffle. We got Ronnie in the house. Ronnie, what's your birthday? Just your month and day. You ladies don't like to give out your years. Do we have any 3 of diamonds, 3 of hearts in the house? Anybody? 3 of diamonds, 3 of hearts, 10 of diamonds? October 15th. Figures you leave your year out. I'm just kidding. But you ladies, man, you're so afraid to tell your age. It's just so interesting. The human being species. So you're a 7 of clubs. Okay. Interesting. You must really like to defend what matters to yourself. We have any people we have Vegas in the house here? Where's everybody front tonight? Or today? Wherever the hell you're at. Claudia's the 3 of diamonds. Nice. Donald John Trump is a 3 of diamonds. Uh-oh. 3 of diamonds, the 29th card in the deck tied to the word voltage. If you're a fan of Ohm's law, voltage, resistance, and currency, voltage would be the 3 of diamonds. Anybody that's a 3 birthday, 3 life path, 3 of diamonds, 3 of clubs, 3 of spades, 3 of hearts, that's the pulse of light. Okay. King of diamonds. Queen of clubs, Angela, Queen of clubs, very psychic. We got New York in the house with Big Bobby, Amy in Houston. Another Queen of clubs, 5 of diamonds. Oh, Pamela's 5 of diamonds. Pamela, you got the same birthday as Jerry Cantrell from that great band Alice in Chains. Ronnie, you're a 3 life path. Nice. I mean, if you got the 3 means the pulse of light. 3, when they do this, the 3 is the pulse of light. It's the pulse of light, and then the transverse electromagnetic wave, the Ida and the Pingala chasing after it. The tail of the pulse of light. The waves. Waves run us. Frequency or waves. 4 of diamonds. I was in a relationship for 4 years with a 4 of diamonds. Four of diamonds, people, man, they can be really successful, but they have a hard time. Like they want to hold on, and they feel like, that financial security is a 4 of diamond. They need financial security. 5 life path, John Sternal. You 5s, man, you guys are the busybodies of the cosmic blueprint of life. 5 life path, 5 birthday, 5 of clubs, 5 of diamonds. You're all the busybodies. 5 sits in the middle of the dial pad of the calculator or the phone. It's the very dead center. 5 is tied to Leo, which is ruled by the sun. Spirit into matter. 5. 5 looks like the letter S. S is the first letter for the word sun. 5 in the, look at that, right? I just grabbed it. 5 in the tarot. It's the Hierophant, the guru. I gotta get another camera. I don't know why this damn camera's not picking it up. Camera, you're on my shit list. Abel Lim's asking about finding out what card you are. Abel, at the very top of the chat, there's a pinned comment by me, and the website's called it'sallinthecards.com. Just click on that and you'll be directed to your month and day, and you'll have your birth card. February 13 in the house. 13. V is a joke. Are you really? You're born on December 31st, really? 5 of clubs. That's one of the Christ cards. Card 18. Jesus and Christ equal 18. It's tied to the 26th, 27th card in the tarot, the 5 of wands. Thank you for the feedback on the Barbie decode. Angela's 10 of spades. That's a great card. That's a Neptune card. Angela, you should look to see where your Neptune placement is in your astrological chart, both tropical and sidereal. Ace of Diamonds, great card. 27, very powerful tide. I mean, if you're a fan of, what's his name? Joe Dispenza has the Ace of Diamonds. Jack of Hearts, awesome. Jack of Hearts is one of the Jesus cards as well. Very good at managing people, very good at managing things. You may take life a little too seriously, Jack of Hearts. January 17th, Juggernaut. That's Jim Carrey's birthday. That's going to be the 10 of diamonds. Fortunate Blessings card. You should definitely go. Juggernaut or Juggernaut Jess. I would highly encourage you to go study Bob Proctor's Born Rich on YouTube, because he's the 10 of diamonds and that's the card you got. Matthew Groening, the creator of The Simpsons, has the 10 of diamonds. Bob Proctor, Michael Jackson, Prince, Tom Brady, all 10 of diamonds. Fortunate Blessings. 2 of diamonds, Angela 369, great card. Attracts money. It's the juggler. Should never have a shortage of money. King of Hearts, Abel, great card. Card 13, right? I mean, it's the king of love. Ace of Spades, tied to the implant in our brains, right? Tied to Westworld. Carrie Skates. You should go watch my Westworld decoded. The Ace of Spades will be in there. Ten of Clubs, card 23, tied to Blood, Crown, and History. The 10 of Clubs tied to the British government. The British government, the address is 10 Downing Street. The 10 is the castle on the chessboard. The rooks. They create the castle walls. 10 of Clubs is a Mars energy. Chicana Freedom Lover, how do I find out my life path? You just take your total birthday, your month, your day, and your year, break it down into single digits, and then add it up. That's what you do. Jacob, how would it be a Mars energy? I would assume you're talking about the 10 of clubs because the 10 of clubs sits in the Mars line. So the cards have charts that they're associated with, and these charts have pillars, and these pillars have planets that are attached to them. Anybody that's a 10, let me just go through this real quick, and then we're going to get into the breakdown of the, I'm going to do the card reading here. Let me just show all of you the cards. Just going to pull them out as they come out. 10. King. Okay. Let's go through all the cards real quick. A lot of diamonds popped out. Interesting. 6, 5, I need a 4. 3, 2, I need an ace. Okay. So if you're somebody who has an ace, okay? If you want more information on what I'm about to tell you, you can go to my channel and go search for the video called Astro-Alchemy Decoded. And I showed the breakdown of alchemy tied into the cards, but let's just really quickly go through this. If you're an ace, ace of clubs, ace of diamonds, ace of hearts, ace of spades, you're going to fit into the house of Aries. It doesn't matter if you're not heavy Aries. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, I say, this is my truth, you're all 12 signs. So when somebody says, what's your zodiac sign? You know what I say to them? I'm all 12. What are you talking about? Well, yeah, if I pull out my astrology, let me just show all of you real quick, just so you can be crystal clear here. Right here is the astrological map for August 30th. Okay? What do people normally look at in astrology? They look at where the planets are at. But let's just take a house, such as house number 3, and there's nothing here. The cupboards are bare. But this is the entire chart for August 30th. If you were born on August 30th, 2023, coming up, for a baby that's born, this is what it's going to look like. Just because there's nothing here in house number 3 doesn't mean you say, I have no Scorpio. Of course you have Scorpio. Scorpio is in your 3rd house. So the way you communicate will be through a Scorpio kind of energy. And since Scorpio is ruled by Pluto, you then look to where Pluto's at. Pluto's over here in Capricorn in the 5th house. So you have the 5th house and the 3rd house tied together. You see? So you're all 12. It doesn't matter if there's nothing here or not. You still have Scorpio energy affecting your 3rd house. Your 3rd house is going to affect the way you communicate, is going to affect the way you create, artistic endeavors, etc., etc. And it's a Gemini energy, so then you look to see where Gemini's at, and Gemini is going to be over here in the 10th house. So this person is going to be very creative through what they're going to be doing on the world stage, which is where their midheaven's at. So this is going to play into this. And there's nothing in these 2 houses right here. But you have the Gemini-Scorpio axis of the 310 because these are connected. See, so you're going to be all 12. No matter what, every single one of you will be all 12 zodiac signs. Okay? So the aces are going to fit in the very 1st house of Aries. So if you take your astrological chart and you're an ace of clubs, you would put this in the 1st house. And you would also put it where Aries is at. If maybe Aries is not in the 1st house, maybe Aries is in the 8th house. This ace of clubs would go in the 8th house. And are there any planets there? If there's planets there and you're being energized in those areas, well, this ace of clubs will really, really stand out. And then you cross-reference the information for the ace into the 8th house and the celestials, etc., etc. Moving along, if you're a 2 of spades, 2 of diamonds, 2 of hearts, 2 of clubs, you're going to be attached to the house of Taurus. Taurus is the second sign. Taurus is ruled by Venus. Where's the Venus at? Is Taurus in the second house? If it's not, what house is it at? Then you got to look to the planetary ruler of what Taurus is looking at. If Taurus is in the 8th house, Scorpio is the ruler of the 8th house. So your 2 of spades would fit into the house of Scorpio. You'd look at where Pluto is and Mars as well. Some of you that you're a 3. If you're a 3 of clubs, 3 of spades, 3 of hearts, 3 of diamonds, you're going to be tied to Gemini energy. Okay, Gemini. Think about this. Gemini is the prison bars. And 3 is a broken 8. And if you've been paying attention, 8 is Jesus, 3 is Lucifer. 2 sides of the same coin, having a contract with one another. 3 is the pulse of light, the light bringer, the light of the world, yada, yada, yada. Gemini energy, creativeness. This is the card of the artist, by the way. Then you move into the 4th house, and now you get the 4s. The 4s are going to be tied to Cancer. In ancient Chaldea, it was said that through the moon is how we all got here, how we all incarnated. The moon being the portal. Why the moon? Because the moon is the ruler of Cancer. Why did they name it Cancer? Why is there a disease called cancer? More to that some other time. If you're a 4, you're going to be tied to Cancer. Moving on to the 5, obviously, the 5 of spades, 5 of clubs, 5 of diamonds, 5 of hearts, you're going to be tied to the house of Leo. Spirit into matter. So great, I pulled this card. This is the Bavarian Illuminati card. Sits in the house of Leo. Leo's ruled by the sun. Illuminati, illumination, sun. You get in the picture? 5. 6. 6 of hearts, 6 of diamonds, 6 of clubs, 6 of spades. Virgo. 6 is the first perfect number. 6 is the last day of creation in Judeo-Christianity. 6 is carbon. If you watch my Barbie Decoded, if you watch the earlier version of this, What's Your Question 63, I showed a little bit of the sneak peeks of Barbie that I didn't show on the decode. Barbie is 13, carbon 13. Right there, 6. Those of you that are 6s. Those of you that are 7s. 7 hearts, 7 spades, 7 diamonds, 7 clubs. Libra. Remember, Libra is ruled by Venus. Sits across from Aries, which is ruled by Mars. You have the dichotomy of the male-female. 7 is 7 chakras, ruled by Venus, right? The crown. 7th house. Those of you that have the 8th for a card. This is my birth card. I just pulled it, right? 8 of spades, 8 of clubs, 8 of diamonds, 8 of hearts. Scorpio. Scorpio. You can see it in my face. I got a Scorpio rising in the tropical. You can see, I got the eyes, the Scorpio eyes. You can see it in my face, right? Like I have a lot of Scorpio energy in me. I got one of the cards of Scorpio. Scorpio is the 8th house. I have the 8th of spades. Those of you that are 9s, 9 of diamonds, 9 of hearts, 9 of spades, 9 of clubs, you fit in the house of Sagittarius, the archer, ruled by Jupiter. Okay? Humanitarian energy. Okay? 9s. Humanitarian energy. Those of you that have the 10s, Capricorn. 10 is the wheel of fortune. 10 of diamonds, 10 of spades, 10 of hearts, 10 of clubs. Capricorn. The goat. Chronos. Fortunate blessings card, this is. It's tied to the wheel of fortune. When you get the wheel of fortune as an outcome in tarot, it's typically, a tarot reader is going to tell you, well, that's pretty good. Not all the 10s are going to be that's always good. But that's what the 10s link to. Capricorn energy and Chronos. Look to where your Saturn's at. Those of you that are jacks, jack of diamonds, jack of spades, jack of hearts, jack of clubs, you fit in the house of Aquarius. That's right, aqua babies. Even if you're not an Aquarius, remember, you're all 12 signs. All of you are all 12 signs, even if you're not born in the month of Aquarius. Jack of Diamonds. This is the card of the United States of America, July 4th, 1776. Jack of Diamonds, which wasn't even the birthday. The Declaration of Independence, it has a different date. But that's what they gave it. Card 37 sits in the house of Aquarius. You got a big J on it. What does Jesus start with? The letter J, does it not? Jesus is the sign of Aquarius, which is ruled by Uranus. That's why he's always going like this. This is the letter U. Those of you that are a queen, Queen of Diamonds, Queen of Spades, Queen of Hearts, Queen of Clubs, you sit in the sign of Pisces. Pisces. Okay? And then you have 12. It's a heavy sign. Pisces is a heavy sign, man. It's your shadow self. The Queen of Diamonds is the Red Queen tied to the Manchurian Candidate. You ever seen that movie? 2004, Denzel Washington, Liev Schreiber. Amazing movie. And then the kings. If you're a king, the kings all sit in the middle of the astrological chart. Margot Robbie, who they just played to cast Barbie, is a king of diamonds. She sits in the middle. I showed her chart in the Barbie Decoded. All the energy is in her 9th and 3rd house. Barbie was released on March 9th. That's the 3-9. That's her symbiotic relationship. She sits right in the middle. That king getting all that energy going back and forth between Sagittarius and Gemini. Go look at her chart. It's insane. And then if you are that person that's December 31st, you're going to be the Joker. The Joker sits in the middle as well. The Joker sits in the middle. The Fool in the tarot. Okay? So those are the cards and the houses that they sit in. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's finish up this with a collective card pull. Let's see what kind of, I haven't done one of these in a while, so let's see what kind of energy is coming down the pike for all of us. I don't know how far down. This is just for fun. I'm being utilized as the instrument. The extension of the instrument will be the great tarot cards. I've been shuffling the hell out of these things probably a million times. Not that many, but. Jacob's asking about the difference between the card suits. Well, the card suits are going to represent the 4 seasons. So the way I studied the cards, and there are various ways, because the tarot says it differently. Hearts are fire, clubs are air, diamonds are water, and spades are earth. If you do the tarot, it's different. Tarot is going to have the wands, which is the clubs, as fire. It's going to have the cups to catch the wands, which represents air. And then it's going to have the swords, which represent water. And those penetrate the pentacles, which represent earth. So it's a little different. Fire, air, water, earth. Okay? Whew. All right. So I've shuffled them a lot of times. So we're going to figure out what kind of energy is coming down for all of us. What are we looking forward to? It's always looking forward to something, even if it's not good news. It's just news. Try to get out of the habit of getting rid of your adjectives in your life. Everything just is. So let's just start by asking the Great Tarot, what's coming down the pike? It's so beautiful at the bottom, the King of Cups. All right, so let's pull card number 1. Let's see if we can make some interpretations of this. Let's see what I can do here for all of us. Feeling these cards. I just kind of rub my finger. This is kind of how I do it. I just move my fingernail. It's kind of how I do it. I run my fingernail over the top of the cards, back and forth, and then just stop at a spot and then just pull a card. So that's what we're going to do. We're just going to flip a card out. So the very first, Bam! Just like that, we have very fast movement coming in the Eight of Wands. Now, you know what's interesting about this card? Is that Ryan Gosling, born on November 12th, has the Eight of Clubs, which is the Eight of Wands. The Eight of Clubs is card 35, simulation is 35. Ken is talking about creating Barbie. I'm telling you, Ken and Barbie, man, is Judeo-Christianity, and that's all about Adam and Eve. Adam was created first. Ken was created first. Barbie was created second. It wasn't that way with the dolls, but Ryan Gosling, November 12th, Eight of Clubs, Eight of Wands. So we have some very fast energy coming in. Let's see, what the hell is that all about? This is tied to Ensoft. This is tied to the Demiurge, tied to the New Age name, Jehovah. So the Eight of Wands is what we start with. See where we can go from here. We really can't get a base, but that's pretty interesting. That card popped out. Second card, we get the Justice card. So this is beginning to shape up and tell the story now that justice is starting to move in really quickly. Is it not? Ladies and gentlemen, remember, it was already destined to happen. So why are you getting out there and cheering about it? It's like, oh, old news. Just get it over with, will you? Just clean it up. Okay, so we have the Eight of Wands and we have Justice. Justice meaning the age of Aquarius. Quickly moving into Justice, the age of Aquarius. Third card. Third card. Let's see what we got. So we have the Four of Cups. Interesting pull here because the Four of Cups is kind of this individual right here. Come on, camera. Give me a damn break. It's kind of looking bored. See that little hands coming in, the clouds coming in, say, here you go. And the person's got their very standoffish. Four of Cups. So I don't know what this means just yet. So let's keep going. So this is kind of the start of something new. So we have something coming in quickly with Justice. That's already we can see that. Just remember, folks, you deliver the chaos, and then you come in with the order, and you become the hero. You create your chaos, you come in with the order, and you look like the hero. Four of Cups. Next card. Next card. And we have Judgment. Judgment is the graduation. Card number 20. When you get Judgment 20, it means leveling up. DNA activation upgrades. Judgment. 20 is tied to the element calcium, which is our bones and teeth. Judgment. Let's see where we're going to go here. Let's get another one. Four of Cups. Judgment. Very fast movement coming in here with we have Justice and Judgment. Interesting, right? A lot of that shit's coming down the pike. And do another card. Here we go. We get the Hangman. Card 12. So we have some Piscean energy here. Hangman is Piscean energy. Card 12 sits in the 12th house. 12th house is Pisces, ruled by Poseidon. So we have the Four of Cups, Judgment, and the Judgment is the DNA activation upgrade. This is enlightenment. This is surrendering. This is not having a choice, which can be a good thing. It can be a thing. Let's keep going. Let's do one more. I feel like we got to do one more with this little scenario here. Four of Cups, Judgment, and the Hangman. Please tell us more about this right here. What is this? What's going on here? We have card 68 or 69. If you use the Fool as card 0 and 22. Five of Pentacles, Five of Diamonds, This typically means like hard times. This is the game of life. This is one of the cards of the game of life, but this can also mean the shit show. So so we have the Four of Cups, and the Four of Cups, this Four of Cups is typically a card of like being bored. And like, okay. And then Judgment comes in, and the Judgment is something you got to surrender to. So this DNA activation, upgrade, Judgment, Justice, all coming in, and maybe, just maybe, it's going to be tied to hard times. Is hard times coming? Let's do one more. I'm going to do one more for clarity on that. Just one more. I got 4. I might as well do 5. I have 5 pentacles. One more. For the clarification. 4 Cups, Judgment, Hangman, 5 of Pentacles. See if I can't make heads or toes of this. One more, please. Thank you. So we have the Magician. So we have let's see if I can't get them all. I probably can't. There they all are. 4 Cups, Magician. So the ending card is the Magician, right? So something is coming in. I keep seeing DNA activation upgrades. Surrendering to that, a new game coming in, and then magic. The Magician is one of the cards of the House of Aries. And what did I say? Right now in the House of Aries is Rahu. The ultimate desire. It looks like it wants to create a new game. Let's move on to another tier. Those are 2 tiers. Shuffle these a little bit. So we have something coming in very quickly tied to Aquarius, tied to Justice, tied to Jesus, tied to Uranus, tied to the game of life. Let's start a new tier. It can be hard times coming. I mean, we definitely have the card of hard times, but this card doesn't necessarily mean hard times. It could mean change. Like this could be changing through magic. So if you're in hard times right now, those things could be changing. It looks like it's coming in quickly. I have said, like Jordan and I did the podcast in the financial clubs, like these things have to happen. You can't keep going with it. Like I went to LA, I couldn't believe how much people are paying for houses. Like mind blown. Houses should not be that expensive. Ridiculous. Okay, new tier. Let's see what we got. So we got the Knight of Wands, card 34. Card 33. This is tied to the Tree of Life. This is moving quickly as well because the Knight, the horse is on its hind legs. The Knight of Wands is the Knight of the mind. So this is obviously a strategic kind of card coming in. Let's get one more. Knight of Wands paired up with... So we have the Futurist card. This is the card of Elon Musk, birth card. This is the birth card of Philip K. Dick, if you're into the cyberpunk. This is the man holding, or the individual, male or female, whatever, holding the world in the palm of its hands. This is the card of the Futurist. This right here is card number 23 or 24. If you take the Fool and you put it into the 22nd position, this card becomes the number 24. This is Elon Musk's birthday. What do you think he created? SpaceX. X is the 24th letter. This could be the 24th card. He's now changing Twitter to the letter X. This right here is changing the world, the Futurist card. We have a strategic new world coming in, folks. That's what this is saying right here. You can see the handwriting on the wall without even these cards. What about Elon Musk and Neuralink? Where's that going? Hanson Robotics. Where's that going? All right, let's pull another one. Here we go. Knight of Wands. We got 2 wands in a row. The Jack, strategic, taking off like a rocket, tied to the Tree of Life. We have the 2 of Wands, which is the card of the futurist. What is that future going to look like here? 2 of Wands tied to the Knight of Wands. Well, we got another wand, the 5 of Wands. It's tied to Jesus right here. This is like competition, a lot of fighting, division. It looks like whatever's coming down the pike is coming in swiftly with justice. That's already been seen. I didn't even need to pull the cards. It's already in the mainstream. You're already seeing that. You're going to start to see empires crumble. You're going to start seeing people being brought to justice. I'm not even going to pay attention to that. Don't care. Don't want to give it my energy. It doesn't give me any energy. There's no reciprocation. Not interested. It's a big movie anyway. But these 3 right here just came in. The Knight, the 2 of Wands, and the 5 of Wands. 5 is a very busy energy. Okay? So we have a lot of busy energy coming in to create this new movie through magic. And let's get one more. 3 wands in a row. Wow, a lot of mental stimulation here. And then we have the King of Pentacles. Card 77 or card 78. This is Hotel California right here. So we have a new hotel coming in. That's what this is saying right here. But this has been ongoing, this message. We have a new hotel coming in here. Through the futurist, through the Knight, plotting and planning, moving into action. But there's a lot of competition. There's a lot of battling going on. This is like sharks swimming in your mind. But the last card here that I pulled, the King of Pentacles. Card 77 or card 78. 77 is the iris of your eye. And I'm just going to pull one more for the final card here. We have, let me see how many cards we got. 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Might as well do 12. Actually, let's do 13. King of Pentacles moves to what? Card number 12. Bam! The Sun. You know, the King of Pentacles, like it or not, ladies and gentlemen, again, I'm just throwing this out there. This is one of the cards of Lucifer, which is Halo. I don't even like using, that's a Latinized version of it, but tied to Jesus, the light of the world, the light bringer, the King of Pentacles. This is going to tie into the King of Diamonds. King of Diamonds is card 39. Halil, the original Hebrew spelling of it in the numerology, is 39. 39 is going to reduce down to the 12. The 12 is going to reduce down to the 3. And that 3 is a broken 8. The King of the Earth, the King of Pentacles. Brand new game coming in, a lot of competition. But then you have the Sun right here. The Sun has a contract with Earth. I covered this in my Prometheus Decoded. The Earth does not give off any of its own light. And the Earth is primarily feminine because things grow off of the Earth. The Earth to me is the black sun. It doesn't give off any of its own energy or any of its own light. It needs the sun to live. This essentially is the master. The master is the sun because the sun is what gives life to everything. How do you think your vegetables grow? If you're somebody who eats animal-based protein, the animals eat grass and vegetation. That grows by way of the sun. Photosynthesis. The water cycle is by the sun. Precipitation, evaporation, condensation. That's the water cycle that is derived from the sun. There's a great song that just came out by the amazing band called Greta Van Fleet. They're like a remake of Led Zeppelin. Very talented. Greta Van Fleet. Matter of fact, I want you all to go and listen Let me just pull it up. I want to give you the visual so you can go check it out. If you like rock and roll, like I do, I was born in the, I'm an 80s kid, so born in the 70s, and I'm an 80s kid, 80s rocker. This band right here, they're crushing it. Greta Van Fleet, okay? They came out with this album right here just on the same day. In the same day Barbie came out, July 21st. They released this album. It's called Starcatcher. It's their third album. What catches stars? Starcatcher. How about the Earth? Because the star is the sun, and the Earth catches the sun. Starcatcher. So go watch this video right here called Meeting the Master. Meeting the Master. It talks about the sun. They're all dressed in white. There's a white horse. There's a lot of white symbology here. He's wearing white. Meeting the Master. Okay? There's feminine in here. There's masculine in here. There's the whole shebang. So let's pull one last card. The album's amazing. There's a song in there called The Archer, tied to Sagittarius. Amazing song. Meeting the Master, though, I played it on repeat all night long on Tuesday night this past week. All night. Couldn't stop listening to it. Beautiful song. One last card. Card number 13. Here we go. Last one. Card 13, please. So we got the Page of Swords. Page of Swords is card number 60 or 61. 61 is tied to Prometheus. I just pulled the Sun, and I said just before I pulled the Page of Swords, which Page of Swords is like the writer, the curious, intelligent writer. We have a new game coming in. Justice is going to be served. Things are going to be changing. Things are going to be ripped down and ripped apart and changed. People are going to be moving and shaking. They're going to be doing a lot of competition. There's going to be a lot of battles. There's going to be a lot of stuff that you got to take a look at. There's a new world emerging. There's the Magician card. The game of life is changing, folks. This is all clarity of that. The King of Pentacles. And then you have the Sun card as card number 12. And card 13 is 61. This is Prometheus. Prometheus, it has a contract with the Sun. Prometheus is tied to Pluto and Hades in the underworld. The dirt beneath your feet has a contract with the sun above your head. The earth has a contract with the sun. The earth is the writer. This is the writer. What do you think writes the earth? The earth acts and carries out the screenplay. It literally uses the Page of Swords to do that. Prometheus. If you watched Ridley Scott's 2012 Prometheus movie, the beginning of it said it all. I'm not saying it's absolutely true, but take a look at what it's saying. They had the DNA in there. So that's the message I got for all of you. And let me just add these up. 1960. Hold on, let me just add all these up. Hold on, folks. 24, 34, 69, 12, 20. Yeah, new movie coming in. 426. 426. Hold on, folks. I'm just adding this up. Or 26. Okay. Let's see what I got here. Give me 1 second. It's 64. 83. Okay. So we got the number 426. Whoops. For all those cards. 426. It's a new game coming in, folks. Let me just do it one other way here. 39, 20, 12, 68, 1, 23, 26, 418. Oh, wow. Is it really what I think it says? Okay. So that's the message I got for all of you, ladies and gentlemen, is you have a new screenplay that has already been designed. It's coming in. It's going to be moving in quickly. Eight of Clubs and Justice, the Age of Aquarius. It's coming in. This is tied to the television screen. New movie coming in. A very big changing of the guards. You have no choice. Surrendering, of course. That's the way it is. This is the game of life. Being changed. And then we have the Futurist card right here being tied to the Age of Aquarius. So what I'm going to say lastly to you, because a lot of people ask me, like, what do you think the Age of Aquarius means? What do you think about transhumanism? What does it mean? Well, I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the Age of Aquarius is going to be an electrical age. Electricity. This may mean you're going to get free electricity. Okay? That would absolutely fit the bill of moving into a paradise because you'd have free energy. We have hydrogen cars coming out. Hydrogen's powered by the sun. The sun is ruling over Leo, which is opposite of Aquarius. So you have that. You have electrical cars in the age of Uranus, the age of Aquarius. You're going to start to see people use telekinetic powers. I feel like you're going to start to see superheroes on the world stage. That's right. You're really going to see them. I kid you not. People are going to be in the Vedas. It talks about people becoming superhero-like, people having certain powers, moving into having certain powers. Imagine you move into having a certain power, like a very few people have. These are the possibilities I see coming down the pike. But the transhuman aspect, of course, is that, some people may lose their leg. They're going to get not a prosthetic. They're going to get a freaking robotic leg. What would you rather have? Would you rather have a prosthetic leg, or would you rather have a robotic leg that you can actually use it and walk on it? You'd rather have the robotic one. You're going to see massive healing. You're going to see technology being advanced in the form of healing. It's already happening. I was talking to this guy, Mel. I did a podcast with him. He's got a healing center in Cape Canaveral, Florida, where he's talking about completely regenerating people through the cells of their body and these machines and the med beds and all this high technology. This stuff's all going to be coming out. So imagine all your ailments, they get healed. Or the majority of them. That's what the Age of Aquarius means, folks. So and then you're talking about cryptocurrency. Look, you may not be a fan of it, but it's coming. All the main exchanges already have it. PayPal, Venmo, they already have buy crypto, but they're already telling you buy crypto. Even if you poo like, it's not going to happen. It's happening, folks. You're just moving. They've already programmed you. Swiping your card. That's digital currency. You're moving into cryptocurrency. You're moving into the quantum. It's coming. The age of Aquarius, you're moving into an air sign. Okay? Telekinetic powers, superhero powers. You're going to be healing the body. Man with man merging with machine. And you take a look at what's moving forward in thousands of years from now. If these ages last that long, you then move into the age of Capricorn. What is Capricorn? It's an earth sign. So you would then have Pluto come in there and smash the age of Aquarius, and then you'd move into mankind becoming one with earth again. That's kind of how I see it as it moves through the ages. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'm being really abstract, but I get a lot of people asking me like what I think. Well, the age of Aquarius, machines are coming. Now, if you want to look at it from a Terminator perspective, that's your choice. And that just might be the way it's going to be. Then there is another side bar here that I'm going to talk about. One more thing I'm going to talk about, and then I'm going to end this transmission. It's possible. It's very possible that every age has an opposite or has a alternate. So the age of Aquarius, the opposite is the house of Leo, ruled by the sun, the lion. So it is possible that some of you will move into the house of Leo. And you'll graduate into a different reality out of the aqua. And not have to move forward with everything else that's going on with the transhumanism. Maybe the people that are doing transhumanism will stay in the age of Aquarius. They will live out this Neuralink and all this, man and machine merging together. But those that graduate that may not fit the bill of what that is, they move into the other house of Leo, which is ruled by the sun and the lion and all that kind of stuff. That may be possible. I'm being super abstract right here. And this is purely theoretical. I'm not saying this is true. I'm just saying it's something to think about. So you think about the age of Pisces, well, the opposite is the age of Virgo. The house of Virgo. Jesus was born of a virgin, so you would think Jesus would come from, if that character was real. Like there's no way to prove that Jesus Christ was a real dude. There's absolutely no way to prove it. But then there's no way to prove that he wasn't a real dude. So, Magic 101, ladies and gentlemen, is enough people put their energy into something that's called the self-fulfilling prophecy. The idea makes Jesus real. Just like that. Bam. Jesus this, Jesus that, da-da-da-da-da-da. Jesus now becomes a real figure. And you got to take into consideration, ladies and gentlemen, that the solar aspect of the Christ is really where it's at, the as above, right? The sun on December 21st, right around that time, the sun moves above the ecliptic, and you now have the rising of the sun. The sun has a contract with Earth. If the sun didn't, we would have a different life. But it says in Revelation, the sun will be no more and the moon will be no more. It says right in Revelation 21 verses 26. It says it right in that book, man, if you're a fan of theology. And again, that's a script playing out. I don't know if that's ultimate script, but it's a script playing out. Only just one script. There's many scripts playing out. That's just one of them. But if you're interested in more about what I'm telling you here, go watch my Crypto Kingdoms, part 1 and part 2. I covered them. I broke down all the scriptures. The Bible is astrology, okay? You don't have to agree with me on that, but I'm not living out your code, so I'm not here to force or strong arm you. But the interpretations are pretty crystal clear. The age of Jesus Christ is the age of Aquarius. That's why he said, comes in the age of Pisces, and he said, my kingdom's no part of this world. Well, you're in the age of Pisces. Well, where the hell would the kingdom be? Well, you're moving into the age of Aquarius because Luke 22 verses 10 says, follow me into the house with a man bearing a pitcher of water. That's definitely aqua. Follow him into the city. The city is the house. Okay? It's all astrological, the Bible. And I'm telling you right now, it's not what you think it is. The Bible is a book about transhumanism. All right. That's what I got. But there could be a fork in the road, maybe, Tristan. Yeah, there may be a fork in the road, but I'm not going to put my eggs in that basket. I'm along for the ride, folks. There is no winning this game. I've talked about it, but there's no winning the game. You know, when you go, if there is such a thing, and you want to use theology, you're going to go to this scripture right here. Okay? Whoops. Right there. So you see, when you get the interpretation from a typical pastor, and again, this is just my opinion, right? I'm not going to say I'm better than anybody, but this is my truth. When you get a typical translation of the scripture, they're going to tell you that you do not want to be this. I say you do want to be that. What's the most comfortable? In our reality, what out of the three, lukewarm, hot, or cold, which one would you choose to be the most comfortable? You choose lukewarm. You wouldn't choose hot or cold. No one wants to be hot. No one wants to be cold. You want to be in the middle. This is where our blood is, by the way. The blood is pH neutral, 7.3, 7.4. So this doesn't say to not be it. It says because you are lukewarm, I am going to spit you out of my mouth. If there's a way to get out of this game, folks, if there is, it is through this rendition right here. And the mouth is going to be pi in the golden ratio, and et cetera, et cetera. Okay? It doesn't say don't be lukewarm. It says because you aren't hot or cold. What is hot or cold? Hot or cold is going to be putting you in the game of life. Picking a side. Okay? And that's what the pastor is going to tell you. Oh, what side are you on? You got to pick a side. It doesn't say to pick a side. It does not say to pick a side. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just use common sense here. Out of these three, which one is the most pleasurable to be in? Lukewarm. All right? Lukewarm. And lukewarm is 29 in numerology. (11) 29, age of Aquarius. 29 is tied to copper. Copper is tied to the devil. All right? You want to get spit out of the mouth. This is perhaps the only, and remember, this is Revelation 3 verses 16, just like John 3:16, talking about you want to have eternal life, being recycled back in the game, back in the game, back in the game. That's totally fine. I think the game of life is fun. I'd come back and play again. Absolutely. But I feel like this is the way, if you want to win the game, if there even is such a way through free will, this is it. Lukewarm. The middle path. You know, when you do middle, it's going to be 21. The middle path, which is home. You see? Which is love. Which is this. Love. It's unconditional love, folks. It's unconditional love because you're on television. Everything goes down here in this television set. You're in a movie, you're in the Truman Show, it's unconditional love. God loves everything, all the parts. The predator and the prey, it made it all. It makes all the predators and prey. How can you hate a predator? You made it. How can you hate a predator? Go watch ladybugs chowing down on aphids. Who do you think made the predator and prey? Who made the ladybug? Who made the aphids? God made them. You think God is conditional on the love that it gives to the predator or prey? Look at that thing chowing down on aphids. Imagine being born as an aphid and you get this big ladybug chewing on you. Look at that thing. Munch, 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 munch. You think God is conditional on whether or not it favors the aphid over the ladybug? Come on, folks. And if you don't think this has any relevance in our reality, man, what are you doing with your mind is like, whew, come on. You're not thinking. Unconditional love. These aphids serve a purpose by feeding the ladybug. It's an ecosystem. That's what we live in. Ecosystem, which is the simulation. Ecosystem, which is the simulation. You see? 35. 3 and 5 is the mirror of the 53, which is the I am. It's the iodine. 35 and 53 are going to give you 88. Okay? 88, folks. It's just so simple to see this, man. There's no fear here, and you can't play favorites. There's no cheering the aphids over the ladybug. The ladybug is making the rose bushes grow, and the aphids are taking the rose bushes away to make room for the new rose bushes. This is unconditional love right here, man. What are you going to pick the ladybug over the aphid? Those of you that are gardeners, you're like, them damn aphids, man. They actually ship ladybugs in to take out aphids if the aphids are chewing on your rose bushes. How about this thing right here? Praying mantis, man. Freaking chows down on a snake. Are you kidding me? Cleaning itself. The harmless little praying mantis in your hand grabs a hummingbird right here. Look at that thing. Grab a hummingbird. You think God loves the hummingbird more than the praying mantis? It created both of them. Oh, I know. But the hummingbird or the praying mantis is out to get you. See, this is what some people say. Oh, the Jesuit is the praying mantis. And then we're the little hummingbird. This praying mantis is going to chew on this hummingbird alive. Imagine being that hummingbird. Imagine incarnating as a hummingbird and you getting chowed down on your head first by the praying mantis. Yep, exactly. Folks, look at that thing right there, man. It's chewing on the bird, man, alive. That's predator prey, man. That's nature. That's God created that, man. Not me, not you. That's unconditional love, man. Stuff to think about. All right. Well, that's all I got, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see what I want to play for the... I know what I'm going to play. I'm going to go with... I'm going to leave all of you great decoders. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for supporting. Go get your merchandise, cosmicsugar.store. You can get the Pretending to be Human. I got the t-shirt. Support this mission. We got a Patreon coming out soon, man. I got some really heavy-hitting content coming out. Really excited. Going to be going on tour. We got San Diego. Big shout out to Jason from Arcades. If you're in San Diego, I've got invited to go with them. San Diego, October 21st. I don't know where that is going to be. I don't know if that's the set date. That's what Bashir said. October 21st. Him, I think Max Egan, and a few other people from the guy from the UK are going to be joining up in San Diego. I've already invited Jordan. I don't know if he's going to show up, but the invitation's out there to him. So if you're in San Diego, if you're in LA, that area, Phoenix, you want to drive out to San Diego, I look forward to meeting all of you. It's going to be a bigger event. Really looking forward to that one. October 21st, if everything goes okay, on the world stage. So we have that big stuff coming up, but I really appreciate each and every one of you for supporting this channel over all these years. I'm not in it for the subscribers. Don't care about the counts. I just care about getting the content out, being the tour guide, doing my job, doing my responsibility, and hopefully, this message rubs people a certain way and they move. Maybe it pisses people off, and that's what their journey is. Maybe my job for some people is to piss them off, to get them angry, to move them another way, and that's what their promulgation will be. Maybe that's part of my job. Not everybody's going to like what I say or what I do. If everybody liked everything I said, if I had a 5-star rating and everybody liked everything I said and everybody agreed with everything I said, how great would life be? Life would suck balls. It would be terrible if everybody liked everything I said. Oh, you know what keeps the resistance going? The thumbs down, the angry comment, the resistance is what keeps this reality going. The currency in Ohm's law needs resistance. Currency needs resistance. Yin yang always, baby. That's the way this works. All right, your best teachers are the ones that piss you off the most. Not the ones that make you amazing and pat your back. Oh, you're so amazing and so, yeah, whatever. The ones that rub you the wrong way, the resistance, those are the ones that are really going to mold your life. The ones that challenge your life, those are really going to get you to think. Take a step back and live a life of neutrality, just observing their reality and saying they're just doing their job. What can I learn from this? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate each and every one of you for showing up. I'm going to end this amazing. This was a really fun. What's your question? Number 63. This is the great band King Buffalo right here. And I played this. This song's called Burning. It's actually one of my favorite songs right here. So I'm going to let all of you chit chat in here as I go off the movie screen. And I just want to send a lot of love to all of you, for all you great decoders. Thank you for sharing all your time with me tonight, wherever you're at in the world. I really, really appreciate you. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I got for today. My name is Logan for Decode Your Reality. Until next time, we will see you later.